say no. Some 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 say no. Saying no, we shouldn't. You keep holding out, but you don't let go. say no. Don't 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 say no. Saying no, we shouldn't. You keep holding out, but you don't let go.
Hello, everyone. Okay, now yes. Hi. So we would like to welcome everyone to the first PCD at Coimbra. This was a weird year to have the first edition of this event. And to be honest, at a certain point, we were not sure whether we would be able to make it happen. But thanks to all the support of all, we are here today with great content for you. So in addition to the event, we also had a call for posters that received 70 submissions and resulted in an exhibition of 25 posters. You can visit it at the website of the event. Obviously, none of this would have been possible without the support of the Department of Informatics Engineering of the University of Coimbra, which we want to thank and also congratulate for its 25th anniversary. I now yield the floor to Professor João Bicker, who is representing the direction board of the department.
Hi, hello. It's very nice for us, for the department, and for me special to receive the PCD in Coimbra, since it's my lab too. So I'm very pleased to be representing the direction here. I just want to welcome you and your guest speakers, and wish you the best for this first edition of PCD here in Coimbra. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. So we are very excited with today's event, which includes a keynote session, 5 short presentations, and then ends with a workshop on P5.js. We would like to thank the guest speakers for having accepted our invitation. And to everyone watching us on YouTube, please feel free to share the link with anyone you think will be interested in this event. And please leave your questions in the chat and we will do our best to ask the questions after the presentations are done. So now, without further ado, I hand you over to Professor Pnosal, who will share the keynote session.
Hello, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Vera van de Seyp. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Vera is a graphic designer, a creative coder, and a media artist. She has an outstanding body of work that ranges from playful, ironic, and provocative websites to flag generators, including dynamic morphing typography, and so on. Her work stands out for the use of artificial intelligence. And as some of you know, I have an artificial intelligence background, so this is very dear to me. So she uses artificial intelligence, generative techniques for design purposes, and for the exploration of new technologies, tools, and media. She works in Amsterdam as designer and artist. She teaches at Art Easy and gives workshops and lectures all across Europe and I guess the world. So Vera, thanks very much for accepting this invitation. I'll leave the stage to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Pnosal. Also, thank you all for inviting me and arranging this today. So I have a presentation prepared for you where I'll mainly share the work that I've done with processing in P5.js because it is a processing community day. So, but I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about artificial intelligence as well on another occasion. Yeah, so design and code. I'll just quickly talk a bit about my my practice, basically, some inspiration I have, why I make the things I do and where my inspiration comes from. And then I'll also show 4 different projects that I do within my practice that have a completely different purpose. So this is me. We're now online, so you'll just have to imagine that I'm there. And I'm interested in a lot of things that have to do with technology, for instance, artificial intelligence, like it was just announced. I really like the stock photos for artificial intelligence as well. I really like maps and geography. I'm interested in new bacteria, for instance, the plastic eating ones in Japan. I like making memes when I teach. This one I recently made was about the order of code from top to bottom. It's like a meta meme. I really like Daniel Schiffman and the coding train. I like computer vision as well. I'm interested in that. My favorite animal, if I would have to choose, would be a chicken pigeon. That's a chicken pigeon. I'm interested in things where technology becomes kind of absurd. So when it's hidden, when cameras are hidden in palm trees or any other cases. This is my favorite GIF. I just recently learned it was actually a cake originally. Yeah, and basically I have a design practice, although I would probably, so a lot of it is actually creative coding, and a lot of the design that I do is really heavily grounded in coding work that I do. And this is the building I'm currently sitting in. This is the view on the other side of the building. So unfortunately not from my studio, but I'm really, really happy to be there. It's in Amsterdam and it's an old squat building. So it's really nice. And this is the room I'm in. So I'm here in a room normally with 5 people in total. We're in a collective called Zesband. Sometimes we do some work together. Everyone in the collective does something with technology. This is the room you see downstairs. And basically in my practice, I would say about half or maybe 40% of the work I do is cultural projects. So that's usually projects that have some sort of cultural reason and don't have a lot of budget. I don't really do like real corporate projects yet, but there are also some a bit more corporate projects where there's enough budget, but then not enough time. I teach as well at the Artes. I actually really liked the pronunciation RTZ. I also do some workshops, and I also have some self-initiated projects. I also try to volunteer. So I do some graphic design for good causes at least once a year. In that time, I would say about, again, 40% is spent on coding. There's of course this gray area that's business stuff. So I don't know, administration, writing emails. It's not really fun to talk about this, but I still think it's important to mention that because if there's a presentation, you see all the interesting process and result, but that's still a part of a business. And of course, there's also a part that's really about design, although the two kind of mix. And I guess I divided it here in the sense that everything that is programmed or that is about using program tools, I categorize under coding. So within these 4 categories of work, they turn out very differently, and the work really depends on the theme and the story that is there to tell. But I guess they all kind of have a few things in common. So first of all, I program almost everything, or there's some sort of programming involved. And then secondly, actually, almost everything that I do currently is moving. It's time-based. And I took actually a step back because, so I'm trained as a graphic designer. I wouldn't say necessarily traditional, but I went to the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague, which, it's a pretty traditional institute, and a lot of type designers come from there. And I noticed actually a lot of the work that I do now is moving. And actually, I think moving work really has some interesting, it makes it more interesting because you basically have an extra factor that you can use to envision information. I came across this book 2 years ago during my studies, and I think it really, there's some really nice examples there of what you can do with this extra factor. So of course in the book, everything is printed, so everything doesn't work with time, but it still tries to visualize it. So for instance, on the top left, you see a chart across the year. Basically, these are all attempts to visualize time in a static way. And you can do it, but yeah, there's a lot of challenges. Another thing that's in this book that I think is quite interesting, and that for me kind of feels like the first real animated visualization, is this CISUC by Galileo Galilei, who was a scientist, and he recorded the positions of the moons of Jupiter and perspective of Jupiter, and he noticed that actually they were changing. And so at some point, when he documented this, he saw that there was some sort of a system in that, or a pattern in that, and he actually built this machine, this CISUC that you see on the right, to make that visualization and to actually have that movement respective of each other. And yeah, I mean, he didn't have moving media yet, like video or GIFs or anything in that matter, but he made actually something that uses time to explain this. And yeah, this basically is really handy if you're trying to visualize processes. So if Galilei would be alive now, he would probably make this, because data visualization wasn't really a thing then yet. But that's one thing you can do with having this extra dimension. But another thing is also simulate things or predict things. So instead of trying to document what is already there and having the understand the system, you can also set some rules and then let the rules kind of play out in a way that you don't know yet. A really interesting thing in that line of work is the work by Carl Sims. He was so he's basically an artist, but also a computer scientist. And in this work of 1994, Evolving Creatures, he programmed basically combinations of blocks to perform a certain task. And if they would, so for instance, there would be two, and if they would win, they would evolve further. So he would actually have this evolutionary aspect to see what kind of compilation of blocks would work well. I think that, to think about animation or about design work like this, it's really interesting. Also, this video, it's a lot longer, but it's really, really fun to watch. I really recommend it. And this was in 1994, but yeah, this is a lot of stuff that we have now is also based on these type of theories. And I also really like to explore how things work. And I use my design practice to also do that. But it usually is like a bit hidden, or it's a very small aspect of the work. Basically, it can be natural processes that I'm interested in, or even like design aspects or more fundamental questions. So I'm just gonna show you some things that aren't really projects, but just snippets of things where, basically sketches made in processing that help me to understand how certain things work, or that help me simulate as well. So for instance, a good example of a natural phenomenon is this type I did for the exhibition Hacking Nature. It basically was simulating how fungi grow, so how molds grow. Then I made this VJ tool that was very inspired by The Nature of Code, this book by Daniel Schiffman, where I tried to understand basically how physics work, and it helped me a lot also to learn this. And I tried to simulate, things that I thought were interesting, like how seaweed moves, or for instance, how repulsion forces and attraction forces work. So with this, I made animations for a newspaper here in the Netherlands called The Correspondent. There was an article about polarization in the US. This was already, I think, in 2016. And so that somehow conceptually fit, but actually I just wanted to know how these attraction forces work. Or of course, a very, I think popular example is how clouds work. So this comes from Berlin noise, and this was basically, it's kind of like an organic way of having randomness. So if you use it in a two-dimensional fashion, it will simulate clouds. If you use it in other fashions, it basically simulates organic movement. So I'm also just really interested in all these different forms of randomness that are actually pre-programmed. So actually every type of random you have in your computer is not really random. I think that's really interesting. There's also more design related things that I use processing for to explore. So for instance, fractals. So this, if you work with grids in design, it's really handy to understand how these things work. So this was, for instance, the basis for an identity for a museum here in the Netherlands in Alkmaar. Or also with grids, how it works if you have a declining grid. So basically, if you have less and less information on each row, how can you use that? So this was for a poster about communicating nuclear waste into the future, which is a very common, or like a very well-known design problem, because in 10,000 years, we don't know how people will talk or what people will do. Yeah, so it kind of visualized that as well. Or for instance, how you can actually work together on letters. So this was a part of a workshop I did in the Design Academy Eindhoven, where we made collaborative typefaces. So we made kind of tiles that were components of letters, and each person designed a tile, and then the tiles actually formed the letters. So kind of like a exquisite corpse exercise. Or also, this was also a project I did in processing. So basically how you can trace paths. So I actually found out it was pretty difficult to animate these things in any other software than in processing. So I made a little tool where you could input the path and the shape and the amount of repetition you wanted. I really like the one with the sheep on the top right. Yeah, or even just things like how CMYK grids work. So there's a line of work of Dutch design where this is a really common approach. So for instance, Karel Martens and Julian Schover, they're really, they're kind of older generation of graphic designers that I think if they would have processing, they would make really fun stuff with it. Yeah, but also to understand how these things work, processing is really great. Yeah, so that's some smaller snippets and phenomena that I try to appreciate, explore. And I'm also going to show 4 different projects a bit more in detail. So they're all made with processing or P5. And they basically fall under the 4 categories of work that I showed you earlier. So then, yeah, you kind of get an idea of the stuff that I do with this. So the first project I'm going to show you is Hello World. It was an exhibition with research by participants of the creative coding community in Utrecht. I did this project together with Dora Kerkes, who's also a designer. And what we wanted to do, because the project was really, it was really about coding and about this first types of experiences with coding, is we wanted to have one very simple phenomenon and use that and only use processing in the entire design of the identity. So we actually used lines that would move and repeat, and that was everything we wanted to do it. But the rules and the conditions of this would change per medium. So we made a typeface with it where the lines would follow actually letters. This was used, for instance, in the exhibition itself to project the names of the works, but also in the publication. Yeah, and Hello World, of course, if you are programming, that's a program, basically the name of a program that people start with when they program. So it's kind of a universal thing that for us also really represented experiment and play. So that was one way we used it. One other way was having it repeat in grids. And this was for the invitation. So we also we had them printed with white ink on black paper, but we also sent them out digitally. So they create these kind of moire patterns, which we thought was interesting as well. And so with these ones, that's also the nice thing. If you work processing, we made individual ones. So everyone got a different one, a different version of the grid with the rotation and the size of the shapes. Yeah, so the parameters here were the size and the rotation. And here, these were sketches for a poster. So we had moving ones as well. And here it was about stroke width, and the length and the rotation would increase or decrease. And so in the end, the poster was actually static. It was a pretty large poster, so here, I think if you see this on a small screen, it's kind of hard to read, which is not great for a poster, but it was legible on actual physical print. And I think what was also really nice about this project was that we, basically the power of this community became really visible in it. So it was a cultural project where there wasn't a lot of time, but the people that were contributing, they were really engaged, and they were really also eager to help out, or find solutions to make this exhibition a success. So it was quite nice is that there was someone that knew someone again, you know how it goes, that owns all the advertisement screens on train stations in the Netherlands. Apparently there's one company that owns all of those. And normally you can rent some time there and basically pay for advertisement. But if you actually have a cultural project and you can show that it's a non-profit project, then you can show stuff for free, and they just show it throughout all the commercials. So we managed to get some time on these screens, which was really, really fun and exciting. We also found out that they have all these different screens and they all have different sizes. So we had to make a specific video for each of the screen sizes. And on top of that, they were also quite small, the screens, so they were quite pixelated. In total, they were big, but the density of the pixels was not very high. So this was in Amsterdam and in The Hague. In the end, there were 5 places where they showed it. And here we actually added some color in some of them to basically allow for legibility, like a little bit more, just to make sure that it was still legible. So this one was in Eindhoven. And that was really nice because it was on display, I think, 2 weeks before the event, or 1.5 weeks. And so we traveled the Netherlands to record all these different screens. But yeah, as it goes with these types of advertisements, we would have to wait sometimes for 20 minutes for our advertisement to come on, and then it was like 5 seconds, and then another advertisement happened. So a few times we missed it, and we had to wait another cycle. But yeah, that was really nice to see how basically this whole identity was made. With processing, we just had a lot of different sketches for these sizes, and basically it was all based on this one rotating line. So a more, I would say, a more autonomous project was the project What Happened to the Future. I did it together with Vera Veloso, who is also a designer, and she's studying at Werkplaats Typografie now. And this was an exhibition in the Kunsthal in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. And basically, it was to celebrate the 50th anniversary of a poetry festival by Poetry International. And so what we actually did was translate 3 poems that were somehow about life or about time to another medium. And actually 2 out of the 3 we used, one of them we used processing, one of them we used P5. And the other one we actually only used JavaScript. So I'll very quickly go over that, but that's a good disclaimer. Yeah, and so we had 3 poems that were part of the festival. There was one by Rati Golo Bailey, who is a Georgian poet. Then there was one by Lev Rubinstein, a Russian poet, and Inger Christensen, who was a Danish poet. And so these 3 poems turned into 3 works. So the one on the left was actually bots. So this one was without processing. I'm sorry, the only thing that I'm showing now without processing. The one in the middle was with processing, and the one on the right, we used P5 for it, amongst other things. And basically, we wanted to find a suiting, fitting new medium, or digital medium for these poems. So we had one poem that was a really long conversation between 2 voices. This one was the one by Lev Rubinstein. It was about the meaning of life, and there was one voice that was very heavy and philosophical, saying like, this is the reason that we're alive, and the other one was more directing. And so we made 2 bots. We thought it would be really kind of funny to have 2 bots talk about the meaning of life. And then there was this third aspect where actually participants or visitors, they would be able to ask questions or give comments. So this is a video of us also making sure that even if visitors would say kind of stupid things, they would get a response. But if you would ask it, for instance, what the meaning of life would be, so it would respond in the fashion of this poem. So we basically trained them to, have this character that was also embodied in the poem. The second one was about the cycle of life. So it was made with processing, and actually the video was also a cycle. We could have run it on processing, but we just made, I think, 10 different loops. And so basically about the cycle of life and everything you eat in between. I think it's great. It was just a poem about a lot of food. And yeah, basically we connected it to, so we extracted keywords from it, and we connected those to images from a database from museums, national museums in the US and in Europe. So open source, and it will basically loop and pick different images on these keyboards, from these keywords, to tell this story. And it would also be linked to the speed of the person talking. You can't hear the person talking now, but we had a recording in Georgian, because the poet was Georgian as well. yeah, so you basically have the cycle of life that would be different every time. And then the third one was by Inger Christensen, and her poem was about things that exist. It was called Alphabet, or it is called Alphabet. And the original poem is also printed, but it stops at the letter N because actually it's based on the Fibonacci sequence. So with the letter A, there's only one thing, but the letter B, it's 2, C is 3, and then it becomes 5, 13, and then it actually increases, it augments incrementally, so it becomes more and more and more. So actually the book would become too thick if it would continue to the Z. So in a way, it's also about entropy. It's about, you know, all these things that you consider or that you're encountering when you're alive. And so we thought it would be very nice to and interesting to also amplify that entropy, so amplify that overload of information that becomes more and more and more. And so we, in her poem, she mentions that things exist. So she says apricot trees exist, doves exist, and we thought it might be interesting to see what else do they do than exist. So we linked it to Twitter, and we actually made queries for each of these words to see what people would say about it otherwise than that these things just exist. And so the poem would be updated every frame, so every 10 seconds, I think. And basically would look for these queries, that basically the words that she used in this poem, but then yeah, whatever other things they would do. And we also, so the people that would be part of this poem, they wouldn't always know, but still they contributed to it in a way. So they also became co-authors of this new version of the poem. And actually what was quite interesting here is that we had this backwards, we had this thing develop in a way we didn't expect, because then people, if they would read about this and see how it worked, they would start to tweet about it while in the museum at this exhibition. So they would see their tweet appear on the screen. But then also there was a lot more activity on it on the location. So that was quite nice. Yeah, so that was this exhibition. Then I'm going to show you 2 more projects. We're almost there. The third one is the Design Research Club. It's an identity for a club at the Royal Academy of Arts in The Hague. And basically, yeah, it's for people that do research about design related topics. And they meet a few times a year. And then they have one big symposium per year that's also open to the public, to present their research and to have discussions about it. So basically what we're doing now with processing, but then more focused on research. And so I wanted a very visual counterpart to this very text heavy days and these very text heavy events. So basically, and also on top of that, I didn't want to have too much work. And already the first time when I did this, there wasn't so much time in between the actual event and the moment that I would have some content or some information. So I needed basically a pipeline that would make something very quickly for me. And so, yeah, basically also the DRC is very interdisciplinary, and basically they gave me a lot of essays and parts of essays and text abstracts. So basically a lot of textual content, and from there I wanted to go to an animation. So there were a few steps in that. First, I used a Python script. There's going to be processing later, I promise. But I used a Python script to summarize, basically to extract keywords from all the text together. The first time I got a list, you can basically set how many you want, and exclude some things, but this was a list that I got. And then I wanted to connect that to an image scraper from Google, which was written by Hardik Vasa originally. And there I wanted to make sure that it would automatically scrape, so automatically download images for me for each of these keywords. And what's quite nice about Google Images is that you can make sure that you only download images that don't have a copyright license. So they're either open source or they're not licensed. So yeah, you don't get stock material that you're supposed to pay for or that has copyright. And basically, so for each of these, I would scrape an image and it would come into a folder. And then I wanted to make some sort of a narrative out of it. So I wanted to loop through all these images, basically in the order of the text of the texts of the researchers. And there I use processing. So I basically made a little animation that would just pull all the images from this file with scraped images and turn it into a narrative. So the first time I got something like this, so there's always some sort of fragments happening that you see, but also maybe not enough. So in a way, it's kind of like a teaser. So it would kind of loop through all these research texts. This was then the second one. And I think what was also quite interesting with this, because I used Google Images, of course, Google is, there's a Google filter bubble and there's trends in your area that really define what you see on top. So also what gets scraped on top if I use it. So you could also always see trends or things in the news that weren't directly in the article or in the essays, but then would appear in the images because of this technique. Last year I made also some physical print. So the frames that I made with processing then in turn became print again. That was quite nice. This is one of the very few print projects I've done in the past 2 years, I would say. But here, yeah, it was a black paper with white print on it and then CMYK. So it got this very, yeah, still quite digital look. And also what was nice is that it's digital print. So I could print different ones. Basically have like a different combination of frames and a different part of the narrative for each of the posters. So here's, I'm just showing a few here. Basically, there were all these frames and they were a small part of someone's research. Yeah, so that was for last year, and actually this year there's a new one. So I ran the script again, and it's actually coming Friday. So if you're interested in design research, I definitely invite you to come and look at what they have to present this year. Okay, so I have a final project that I'm going to show, and actually this is a teaching project. So I'm going to show some work of my students because yeah, I'm doing that more often now, and I really think it's super inspiring to teach. I never expected that. If I would have thought this 3 years ago, I didn't expect to like it that much as I do. And this was for basically, I'm teaching at the Artes every week, but sometimes we have smaller workshops. And this was a workshop I did together with the graphic design students there for the Demo Festival, which was a festival in the Netherlands for moving image. It was actually organized by Studio Dunbar and some other designers at the Central Station in Amsterdam. So that's a really big station. And they actually also found out this trick that I showed earlier, that there's these screens where you can show some content, but they even went a step further and managed to book them for a time slot, basically make a deal with them to show all this design and motion design and graphic design and 3D design just all the videos of people that, yeah, they made a curation of the videos that people sent in. And so I did a workshop with my students about contradictions or amplifications, where we used P5.js in combination with OpenType.js, and all the students had to design a word, so basically make the letters as well, and then animate it in an amplifying or contradictory way, so in a way that somehow 1 + 1 is 3. Yeah, and I'm proud of all the students that worked, because they actually, a lot of them didn't have any P5.js experience yet, and they still managed to do that. So for instance, this was Summer Lee's work, very simple animation, but I think quite strong. And this was the, oh, is this working? Oh yeah, there. This was the work by Jacqueline John. So she made the word at ease and she animated it very heavily. And this is the work by Minji. So Minji actually made a really long one, and she had a bit, I think, of trouble with the theme, but she just told me she wanted to make something interactive where she could wipe away balls, but the balls would stay if they would be in the letter she made. So here you see her actually wiping away all these little balls. Really nice. And this one was by Meerte. So she made something like a lighthouse animation. And this one was by Candela Gonzalez. And so she had the word stay calm, and it kind of didn't stay calm. Yeah, so there were a lot more, but I think it was quite nice because we had 1 week to make all this work, and yeah, the students really managed to design and to code this animation, which was really fun to see. And some of this was also presented at this festival. Yeah, and so I'm actually working on a tutorial site now. Well, not right now, but in this month. Basically in combination with the creative coding community here and also the one online, because there's a lot of already small websites that you can visit that have some tutorial on it. But I'm gonna make one central website where you can find all these things. Now they're kind of hidden on small sub pages of my site. Yeah, that was actually it. I'm a little bit under 45 minutes, but I think I showed a lot. I just want to have a final moment to say I love processing. I also love Daniel Schiffman memes, so there's two. Yeah, thank you for listening. And yeah, if you want to follow any of my work, you can follow me at Vera van de Seyp on Instagram or Twitter. So that was it.
Thank you so much for this lovely presentation. We have had some questions from the YouTube chat, so now is the time to ask you them. And if there are people still interested in making the questions, please feel free and we will ask them. So the first question comes from Fabio, and he says, I would like to ask you a question. How is the process to decide if code is used in projects? You always try to use it, or is it based on the context of the project?
So for me, every project mostly starts with a concept or a story. So basically, yeah, an idea of something that conceptually fits with the theme or with with whatever the goal is. And then I think because my interests lie in a lot of these technological fields, then code just kind of is a very handy way for me to build the ideas that I have. So it's not a very conscious decision. It's just like if you need to cut some paper, you automatically get some scissors. It kind of works like that, I guess.
You always use the tool that it's proper for the job, right? So always depends on the context. So we have the next question is from Stig. So it says, you began your talk by showing some visual that inspired you. Have you ever been inspired by an algorithm or a mathematical formula?
Definitely. This was just like, I don't know. I feel like in these talks you talk about work a lot, and I think for me it's there a lot of the interests that are in my work are also really like interests that I actually have outside of work. So that was just like a moment to put that in there. But definitely algorithms also, or I don't know, pieces of code can also inspire me. So there's also quite often that I just want to try a technology, and then I start from there, and then that usually it's not for a larger project, but then it's more like a snippet that then maybe later in another project makes sense. I hope that answers the question.
Sorry, I'm muted. So yeah, for me it did. I hope as well for Stig, but again, if you have more questions, please do put them in the chat. We have another one from Anna. She says, in the beginning, you said you took a more classic arts course. How and when did you realize you wanted to pursue a more technological line of work?
This went very gradually, but there was a very clear moment that I realized I would probably need to start programming. So there was a project in the first year of my graphic design studies where I tried to make a poster with 512 rectangles, and I wanted them all in a different color. And I did that by hand. And I don't know if you've ever like try to fill in a large grid with colors, but it's a lot of work. And then I think I realized like there has to be a way that you can do this more easily, because on top of that, I wanted it randomly. So I just wanted a random color. And when you're coding, that's like one of the easiest things to make. But if you don't do that, you actually have to like make a random color and then select a box and then fill the box and do that, repeat that 512 times. So that was a very clear moment for me that I realized, okay, there has to be some way. And then I actually started writing processing. So processing is nice.
It's interesting because, well, one of the goals for PCD is actually to show people how easy it is to get code and use it for these automatization process, but also to get more creative outcomes, right? So you are mentioning this process of trying to get things that would take a lot of time to make if you were to do them by hand. So just showing the potential of code. So we have another one from Stick. Says, in your experience, what is the major obstacles you have encountered in terms of teaching a technical activity like programming to visual-oriented graphic designers?
So what is the most common
So what's
challenge?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think motivation. So I think for me, it works as well that I need to understand how I can use something before I'm interested in using it, if that makes any sense. So I think with a lot of students in the beginning, especially, the key is really to motivate them and to show them actually what a handy tool this can be for a designer. And then from basically then give them the resources that they need and the places that they can use to continue themselves. But I think that is definitely the biggest challenge. And I think also you can be a great designer, a great graphic designer without programming. That definitely exists. So that is also, I think, a challenge if so my teaching job we actually made a modular course now with the other teachers. We're teaching digital media, so it's not only programming. And now we made it in a way that the students that are not interested in code at all, they can also pick something where they don't have to code so much, but they're more busy with research or more editorial projects that relate to digital media. Yeah, but it's sad because I like it, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, this question actually answers one thing that I wanted to ask, which is how the students actually react to your teaching, because here we also have a multimedia course, so design and multimedia, and we also are faced with this challenge of trying to see how we can motivate people to actually go into code and try to see all the potential that code brings to pure graphic design. So yeah, pretty much to the point that I wanted to get. So we have a last one from Sure Creations. So it says, do you think the creative coding scene in the Netherlands is more advanced than in most other countries or at the same level?
That's a good question. So, it's really hard for me to answer that because I don't know exactly how it is in other countries, but I know there's also an active scene in many, for instance, in Germany, I know some people in the scene, now in Portugal as well, already before, but now even more, in France. So I do think, I don't think I'm the right person to answer that, but I do think it's quite active here, and it's been quite active for the past already 5 to 10 years.
So the person who actually asked this question added that he meant also advanced as in popular. So creative coding as in is it in Netherlands more popular than in other countries, or do you actually get the sense of this? Because it's not an easy question, right?
Yeah, it's difficult to answer that, but I think I can answer it for within graphic design. So I think within the graphic design scene in the Netherlands, it becomes more and more common to also know how to program. There's not a lot of, there's quite some design schools in the Netherlands, but I think at most of them, when you're doing graphic design, you get at least an introduction into programming. And in a few places where I've done workshops, that's not necessarily common. So I would say in the popular, at least educational art school sphere, it's more popular. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can now pass to the next session, so the short presentation session. So thank you again for your lovely presentation and also for answering all these questions.
Thank you for
again, I
listening.
would like to invite you to attend the discussion panel after the short presentation sessions. So we will now have the short presentation session, which consists of 5 short presentations. And the way we selected the speakers was that we analyzed the poster submissions and we tried to identify people with an interesting body of work and also to maximize the diversity, both in background and also in location. And so we ended up with speakers from graphic design to architecture, and they have prepared great presentations for you today. And so, Vera, we would like to invite you to also attend the discussion panel at the end of the short presentations. And to those who just joined in YouTube, please feel free to post questions in the chat and we will address them in the end. Vera, just one last thing. We would be very glad to welcome you in Coimbra when all this COVID situation is done. Please feel free to come and drop us an email and we will be glad to receive you here. So
Thanks.
Without further ado, we will start with David Murgala. So David lives in South Korea and works in the Department of Architecture in Keynote University. He's an architect, designer, and intermediate artist. David utilizes his multidisciplinary background of urban design and architecture to explore visual narratives through installations and generative procedural drawings, animations made with code. He emphasizes on geometry, natural science studies, and sound analysis. The use of geometry plays an important role for him, and it enables self-control and circular argument, providing direction and flexibility. We will now share screen and show you the presentation of David. We hope you will enjoy it.
Hello everyone, my name is David Murgala and I would like to thank you for this invitation and the opportunity to speak at your event and introduce you my work 25. In this short talk, unfortunately I don't have enough time to talk about this. I hope I will be clear enough and not too confusing or not too rushing, but I would like to answer this question: how does programming influence my work? And I will talk about this a bit more in the end of this talk. To myself, I'm an architect, educator, / designer, / intermediate artist. I'm German and I live and work in Daegu, South Korea. I do like to explore visual narratives through installations or generative procedural drawings and also animations made with code. One part of this very important work of my work is The Dot is Black, which I founded in 2014, and it's online. It's a platform for research design on generative and procedural drawings made with code, and I'd like to investigate here design methodologies or generate design knowledge that I can utilize in other fields, specifically in architecture. As you can already see, there is a lot of images. It's about 900, I think, that are right now public, and I think also about 100 and more videos that are also different layers to each drawing, or maybe support them with a narrative. The Dot is Black, basically in this work, in this platform, I do like to emphasize on geometry, natural science studies, and sound analysis. And this said, I would like to also, because it relates to the work 25, I would like to talk a bit more about sound analysis. Here I would like to introduce you to Hate in Situ, which is a project that I developed in 2018 at the Hate Festival in Chungju in Korea. I was invited to participate at the festival and also to coordinate a workshop. And I decided, basically relating to my past work, using visuals, audio visuals, I thought that would be very interesting to actually try to visualize emotions or hate and anger emotions. And the work was quite successful. Actually, it also received some awards, the Gold Award in Fine Art and Gold Award in Graphic Design at the Fresh Future 19 Awards in London, UK, and also has been quite recently as well screened in Seoul at the Seoul New Media Art Festival, I think. I don't exactly remember the name of it, but kind of was quite successful, and it still seems to be demanded to be exhibited. The inspiration for this work was not necessarily only my own visuals, but actually I was inspired by Edouard Léon Scott de Martinville, who recorded Au clair de la lune, perhaps the first recording ever. And he basically invented this phone autograph in 1857, where he could record his voice with sound waves on a cylinder that was again rolled out onto a flat surface. That was basically the inspiration for this project. So I got together with a few students in this workshop, and we started to analyze how can we visualize hate. What means hate? We started to group things with each other. We started to identify particular situations of hate, not necessarily just words, but actually emotions and sounds. And then we also try to test it with the code and also recording and again to the code and visualizing it. So it was a back and forth process between both of them. And eventually we came up like with 15 different types of anger and hate emotions. You can see here on the left, start on the top left, the scream, rage, angry, pain, groan, scratch, yell, I hate you, fuck, hate, grow, you hate me, anger, fury, and anger. So those are just 15 visuals, but they pretty much reflect on my method and also how I work with code. Here basically trying to produce information that in order then also control the visual. And if the visual is not good enough, basically going back and refining the data and then or creating the data that will control in turn the visual. I'd like to show you one example how that sounds actually. And
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
I'm sorry for the disturbing sound, but yeah, the most disturbing sounds create usually the most beautiful images. And as you can see here, this black image has a lot of intensity. It has a lot of depth to it, a lot of texture. It's almost the image actually is alive. It has the strength of the fury of this this expression of this emotion. And this was actually the reason to investigate. I found this quite quite satisfying to develop those 15 different unique visuals. And in the process of doing it, there was of course new information appeared or new knowledge appeared. So for example, you can, when I compare now these two images on the left and right side, you can see one, it's both of them is a word. It's not so much the emotion, but it was clearly visible that if the word is just plainly said like you hate me, it's simply the pattern, the texture is not recognizable. It's just only becomes like just messy. Everything seems like merging with each other. Whereas on the right hand side, when the word, like in this case fuck, was stretched to 24 seconds, intentionally, not just digitally, but actually intentionally stretching it, then the pattern starts to have some, or the visual starts to develop some patterns, some textures that are recognizable. Like for example, here in the beginning, you can see already the F, and that's completely stretched all the way to the back, and then it becomes again an emotion. So every visual, every sound has a very particular expression, and it can be also used to manipulate the visual. In this particular case, it's 0 to 12,000 Hertz also, so that's also useful to know. That brings me, of course, to 25. And you guess already what my work is about. It's simply an audiovisual of the spoken word 25 that I stretched to 25 seconds and also translated into a vibrant color waves. In this particular case, if it's necessary to stretch it to 25 seconds because the word itself, 25, is only just 1 second long.
25. 25.
So you can hear here, it's too short actually to create a dense resolution, enough resolution in this image. So it's usually better actually to stretch it more. It's possible to do it within the code to get more steps per frame. But I do prefer actually to stretch them and also listen to them while the code is actually drawing it. That's actually more interesting because at the same time I am understanding how to control with sound the outcome. And let's have a look how that looks like when it's stretched to 25 seconds and also plots it. So I hope this was not too disturbing. Actually, it's a very strange sound, but I think you do realize, you do recognize that actually the more disturbing it is, the better the patterns look like. As I said already before with hate in situ, the more violent the sound is, the more distorted it sounds, the better actually the visuals are. And I think this particular work, I do believe it has a lot of depth, it has a lot of intensity, it has some context in it, but it's also not too literal. It allows also for some exploration within it. And as well, it has readability. It's possible to read the poster. It's recognizable, the word 25. I'd like to finalize my short talk with the question, or with the answer to the question, how does programming influence my work? And I'd like to quote Paul Klee, who said in his exhibition Creative Confessions in 1920, "Art does not reproduce the visible, rather it makes visible." So in other words, in my opinion, programming does not reproduce the visible, rather it makes visible. Programming is a medium, just like I wanted to show you with hate in situ with my other works, that actually the programming coding part, especially with processing, which is very easy to access, very easy to work with, it helps us to visualize things that would be otherwise for us not possible to achieve or visualize. And therefore, at the same time, in return, it also affects how we see, how we perceive the world around us. So that said, I would like to thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to the discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for this awesome presentation. This was a recorded presentation actually, but I think David is in the room with us. David, are you there?
He's muted. Music's not muted.
Okay, there we go. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, hello, David.
Hi.
Thank you for being
having
here.
me.
Oh,
Yes.
we thank you.
Yeah.
So we have a few questions for you. So maybe this is the time to ask them. So
Already, yeah. Okay.
the work 18 situ is born in a workshop environment with participation of some students. So
Yes.
how do you see the role of collaboration in projects of this nature, not only with students, but also with other people?
Oh, I think it's, I think for this particular case, it was very important because on one side of processing what is a medium, so the code, the software, the algorithm allowed to visualize things, but the input, the actual input was from people. And I myself, I'm not able to do it. So I need actually people to produce the content for it. Especially hate in situ is also rooted in the culture, in the Korean culture. So something that I'm not able to access. So the participation or the interplay between the code, me as the programmer, maybe the creator, the concept creator or director, and the content that I rely on is very important. So if it's in this case, if it's about the interaction between people, it's definitely very important. Yeah. So like the same, perhaps also when we talk about data, we need some input. Otherwise, it becomes just a tool or just a method that is superficial in the end. Yeah. So in this case, I do believe the interplay between me and the students was very crucial. Because also during the process while we were investigating this, so it took about 3 days, perhaps about 3 days to learn how to program, how to write the algorithm, and also at the same time identifying what actually emotions are in terms of visuals, how to stretch them. So it was always, like I said in the talk, it was constantly a back and forth play basically between not only using the algorithm to visualize things, but actually creating the content. Yeah, to create actually the content that will create these visuals in the end. So we were analyzing, testing in real time, how does our voice look like through the algorithm? And then once we identified a certain pattern or a certain behavior, that how we should interact with it, how we should stretch, how long should be actually also the sequence. And every voice was, of course, so differently. And then also that we found out what is the right approach to it. Yeah. So I think the interplay with the people is very important, the collaboration with it. I think that enriches the work itself. It adds context to it as well. So I think that's very, very important, I believe.
I think it's very, very interesting how you are just describing how you managed to find a way of actually visually translating something. And one thing that I really liked in your presentation is how you say that the most disturbing sounds produce the most beautiful visuals. In my opinion, I totally agree with you.
Yes.
So my question is, did you have any reaction from the general public to the what you produced? Because I mean, just looking at it, it's so beautiful, but then you hear the sound and it's such a disturbing sound. So what are the reactions from people?
For this particular work for hate in situ, this was actually quite interesting because we talked about hate a lot, anger and hate, and it had actually had the opposite effect because it was very playful. We had a lot of fun recording these sounds. Yeah, so it was actually also very hard to get into the mood of producing the anger or the hate emotion in itself. But the video in the end, so it's also a long video. There was like 2 versions, 3 and 6 minutes. So this was also broadcasted at the festival with an audience, like several hundred people, 200, I think 200 or 300 people at the time. And of course, people didn't expect that. So the image, the visual before the Fury visual that you saw, this is also the first visual that people were listening to. And it's basically blasting with this very large speakers, it blasts to the audience. So people didn't expect it. So I think during the screening, people started to laugh as well. Yeah, so that's actually quite nice because it connects as well. It's not just only about anger, but using the anger as a way to generate joy, playfulness. And I think that's why I think it's quite successful, this project, in my personal opinion as well. People respond to it very positive, but not in a negative way. It's actually more in a very joyful way.
Okay, very interesting. One last question that I have is, are you interested in exploring the generation of other kind of visual artifacts, like exploring typography or even 3D shapes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm an architect, so basically I work on a daily basis with architecture. So I already work with 3D shapes a lot. Typography is for me not a priority, of course, because I work with space. I work with context, continuously with context. So what I do with my work, at least with processing, which I find is very easy to access, is to investigate design methodologies, whether it's in 3D or not, because I work with 3D anyways, for example, with Rhino and Grasshopper, where I already write softwares. Yeah. So for me, processing is even easier. It's much faster to actually develop a very simple method that I can utilize it when I have a specific need for that. So the dot is black is basically my archive, a very large archive where I have a lot of different cases that I can access and then instantly utilize them. So 3D, yes, it's always there. Typography, not so much. That's just because of my background, basically.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we pass on to the next speaker, but before that, I want just to comment something. We had just one person on the chat asking how they can be your students. So we will share with them your link and your email. So probably we will get an email of someone interested to work with you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now we will move to the next speaker. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce her name, so probably I will get it wrong, but my best try is Angaraz. So she's a graphic designer exploring visual narratives through type, engaged in visual communication as literary practice and interpretation and sharing of certain understanding, message, or idea. She has solo and team experience in a range of print and digital projects for social, cultural, as well as commercial corporate sectors, regularly accompanied by the development of personal explorations of eclectic themes and various mediums.
Okay, hi everyone. Well, this can't be in real life, but at least it's happening, and thanks for tuning in. My name is Inheriting Owen. Where I'm from is a bit complicated, so I thought I'd just give you my life story in a nutshell, based on location. It started out according to my ethnic origins. I was born in Malaysia and started life in the UK, in England. But we soon moved to Switzerland, where I mostly grew up. During school, I was always really torn between art, computer sciences, and language. So it took me a long time to figure it out, but I went to the UK to study graphic design because I was convinced it was a mix of all three, and that's still something that I firmly believe. And then I was a bit naive and went to Portugal, couldn't find work, but I did publish a book with a Portuguese poet. Then I went off to Taiwan for a couple months, but came back to Switzerland because I had to pay back my student debt, of course. And now I'm back in Portugal as a free woman. The takeaway of that is that my background is multilingual and multicultural, always has been. And I always will be a sucker for semantics, the relationship between words and meaning. I've always been fascinated by linguistics as well, and just generally language, because even though it has rules and grammar, it's something organic that always changes with the people. The vernacular is always changing, and I find that really fascinating. I love also how the smallest things are loaded with cultural symbolism. So that's one of the reasons why my approach has always been really research-based, and usually I'll go off on some really happy tangents and find out some incredible things that I didn't know before, and that will usually inform the work in turn or inspire some creative outcomes and output. So I've put graphic designer, typographic artist, and a noob coder. I like to describe myself as a graphic designer exploring visuals through type. As you probably guessed about from all the talk about language, my focus has been typography for a long time, creating voices for type, experimenting with how to grow visual narratives as a means of storytelling. And I've added noob coder to seem more relevant to this event. I'd like it to say creative coder. It is an aspiration, I have to say, but I don't think I've quite earned that term yet. So that being said, this presentation will probably be a bit different next to all the pro coders, I imagine, who are going to talk. Okay, so I'll start off with the visual aspect of and how I usually do things. The way I do things is influenced by a fine dose of obsessive-compulsive disorder, lovingly described as designer's meditation. But to be honest, it's probably more like the masochistic perfectionist. My normal approach to typographic artworks is lots and lots and lots of research, and then sketches of potential layouts I'm envisioning in my head, and then painstakingly placing the words, and sometimes even messing around with the individual letters as well, because it's something that I like to do. This is actually a spread from the book that I mentioned. It's called A Wandering Poem, and it's 200 pages of this, basically. So lots of sketchbook work, thinking about designs, and then each poem, each page spread is completely unique. Great fun, but it took ages. It took 2 years to do this, but it was worth it. It was a passion project. Yes, I'm very happy with the outcome, but the problem with this approach is it's extremely time consuming and also not a very imaginative way to approach a project. I think it's great if you have a clear vision of what it is you're trying to achieve. But if you don't and you want to experiment, then it's actually a really constrained way to try new things. because often the brain is very lazy and it always thinks it knows better, which is a shame sometimes, and it's very hard to actually break free of that and really try something new. So that's where PCD comes in, Process and Community Day, with code, especially if you don't fully understand the code like me, then it's kind of like magic actually. It's serendipity by design, but forever. You get lots and lots of great results of what might otherwise be maybe just one happy accident if you're lucky, if you're doing a more traditional method. And with this, it's just so many surprises come out. But maybe if you understand the code, you can envision it better. But no, I think, no, you'll still be surprised for sure, because the variations are endless. You will not be able to imagine them all. And there it is, it just lays them all out for you, which is actually really incredible. And also, of course, something that would take me ages to put together can automatically be done with loads of different variants. So when I first played around, the difference in speed was quite startling and very eye-opening, I have to say. I'll just show you some experiments I did. I actually downloaded the processing app on my phone at the time, after I'd been to the Process Community Day in Basel, and I just played around, and it was really, it was just really cool. And so I did all like the beginner stuff first, and then I started trying to, change the values and write my own stuff within my beginner's limitations, of course. And it's just blew my mind whenever it worked. Like, it makes you feel amazing, and very, very interesting results. And you could just play on this for hours. So I had this on my phone. I was playing with this during my commute to work, and literally, this is really, if you haven't tried it yet, just go for it. Like, anyway, so visuals are fun and sexy and satisfying, but it's all for nothing if they don't have meaning. So as mentioned earlier, I'm always deeply concerned with the significance and insignificance of meaning, so always trying to pursue the art of visual storytelling through mindful experimentation. For me, a good piece of design is one that adds extra layers of meaning to the words that they shape. So the content actually works together with the visualization, with the aesthetics together to share what they have to say. Because essentially it's all a ploy to connect with strangers and hopefully capture their imagination. So that's why I see visual communication as a literary practice, designing language. So with that in mind, coding is just another language. It's another tool that a designer could use to form visuals, and for a pro coder, I can imagine you could generate virtually anything that you set your mind to. You can be as OCD as you like, or randomize as much as you like. The possibilities are really endless, which makes this really exciting, I think, personally. Also, of course, you have the interactive element already embedded. You can, if your vision is to interact with your audience, then you can do so very easily and have them procreate the visual outcomes with you, which is a really cool way to actually immerse them and really involve them in the work, which that's really another thing that just blows my mind. So yeah, it becomes an experience really, and it's the future for sure, and also just generally it's really fun. So yeah, food for thought. Maybe we can discuss it later. Moving on, 25, this year's theme for the exhibition. Actually, this was super last minute for me when I saw the open call. I wasn't sure if I should participate or not because I hadn't touched processing in such a long time. Didn't know if I still remembered it because life happened. But I did dig out the old experiments that I had done, went through them, thought, okay, no, I still kind of remember how it works. Let's give this a shot. At the time, the exhibition was supposed to be in April. So I thought, oh yeah, 25th of April. It must be about the 25th of April in Portugal, 46 years ago, when they had the Carnation Revolution. As you probably already know, or you will come to know, that's totally not why they chose the number 25 for the theme. But anyway, I used that as my inspiration. So basically what happened was they used a song in the radio for all the rebels and the military to know that, okay, we're going to start the revolution now. And it's a really nice song with some good lyrics. So I took some of the lyrics for the text on my poster. And this happened. So in case you don't understand, it means it's the people who command. What I wanted to do with this is just exclusive processing actually, and it's just drawing with code. And I made loads of these. A lot. Yeah, I made loads. I made loads more than these even. I'll just show you how I did it. I was just really pleased with it because it was kind of like my utopia of humanity with all the layers mixing of and all the colours mixing together in a melting pot, and just the people marching around is what I see in my head. I'm not sure if anyone else sees that, but yeah. I'll just show you this. This is just to motivate all the people who haven't tried processing yet, or are still in the beginning, or not very good, or whatever, just to show that even with super simple code, you can make something that's quite nice. I really like the painterly aspect of it. It just looks like a painting to me, which I find really cool. Let me just show you how it is when it runs. So yeah, that's what I said, just drawing with code. And loads of serendipities happen. Just oodles of fun, really. And I'm really glad I participated, and I'm really glad to be here right now, today. So, yeah, thanks. Thanks for listening.
Hello again. Angarath, I think you are with us here, right? Probably.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So can you start by telling me how I should pronounce your name? Because I'm not sure.
It's Anharad.
Unhardened, more or less. Okay. So first, thank you for your presentation. We already have some questions here for you. So David posted a question on the chat mentioning that you said something around you need a goal. If you experiment only, it is constraining. And David was wondering if you could expand a bit on this idea of if you don't have a goal and if it's only experimentation, it's a bit constraining.
Okay, well, I was talking about the traditional method. So like if you have an idea and then you start sketching, and then you prepare your designs. For me, that's quite constraining because your brain, there are certain things that you know, and there's a lot of things that you actually don't know. So if you're experimenting like that, then it's very easy to fall into things that you know work or things that you've done before. And with the code, for example, you could set constraints and then the computer would then generate all the different designs that you yourself would not have drawn out like that. So yeah, and it's limitless as well. So I thought that was quite exciting. Does that make more sense?
Sorry. Yeah, for me, it does make sense. So you also touched a bit on the importance of meaning and also the role of the message. I think the message in your poster is clear and talks essentially about freedom and equality. So my question is, how do you think that obtaining new skills such as programming can contribute to social development and also social innovation?
Sorry.
No
Sorry,
worries.
could you repeat the last bit? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So my question is, how do you think that obtaining new skill like programming can contribute to... I think your baby wants to answer your question for you.
Yeah, she's definitely very opinionated.
No, don't worry. So the question is basically how obtaining a skill like programming can
Yeah.
contribute to social development and also social innovation, as well as your own development, right? Because at a certain point you mentioned programming as a new language, right? So learning a new language. So it has to do a lot with a personal development as well, right?
Exactly. So actually the question I was concerned with was more philosophical, in that in an age where everything can be automated and generated, what role does the graphic designer really play nowadays? And that can be in anything, in just in a design process, or also in social change and everything. Because if you look around you, the whole world is actually designed by designers. So what you're showing to the public in general, I mean, everything has an effect. And yeah.
And that actually brings me to the next question. So in Rent, you actually designed that by hand all by hand, right? So my question is, do you think that making a program or a system that could generate artwork such as that one would be able to have the same expressivity as making it all by hand, or what's your opinion on this?
I would actually argue it could offer a way better experience, because you could have a whole immersive experience of with you know, VR or anything. Oh, it's just tripped. Sorry. A second. Oh, I'm sorry, just
No,
witnessed
don't worry.
some live baby-led weaning choking. She's totally fine, just so you know.
So
Yes, I was saying that it could actually offer a whole immersive experience. You could do a live exhibition style instead of having something in a book that is open to interpretation. It's open to in a directed reading experience. But with coding, you could open it up to all the sensory levels nowadays, which I find really fascinating.
okay, so maybe we can now hand and move on to the next speaker. But just before that, we wanted to let you know that, in our opinion, you are no longer a noob coder. So I think you can already say you are a creative coder. Okay.
Oh, great! Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, and now we will move on to the next speaker. So
Thank you.
the next speaker are actually two, Bruna de Souza and José Maria Cunha. They are actually very close to us here at the department. They are former students from the courses of design and multimedia. Bruna is currently a computational designer and researcher here at CDVLab, so Computational Design and Visualization Lab, and is enrolled in the PhD in Contemporary Arts of the University of Coimbra. José Maria Cunha is a specialist in visual identity and graphic design, and has its own studio since 2016 in the city of Porto and Coimbra, here in Portugal. So without further ado, José and Bruna, if you want to take the floor is yours.
Great to hear that. Let me just start by sharing my screen. And please confirm if you can see our presentation. Can you see it?
Perfect.
Great. So let me start by congratulate the organization for making such a great event, especially during COVID times. I'm sure it was not easy. We'd like to start by presenting ourselves. My name is José Maria Cunha.
Hi, and my name is Bruna Souza, and me and Jose were born in Coimbra, and we were colleagues at the Design and Multimedia course here at the University of Coimbra. And currently we live in the city of Porto, and this is our lovely view every morning when it's not raining or fog. And we have very different practices, which we think is really great because we learn a lot with each other, and also because our areas are very interesting to combine when we collaborate, like we did in this event.
Yeah, but before we get to that, we'd like to show you a bit of what we do. So I'm a specialist in branding and strategy, and I do that on my studio in Porto, working directly with companies, products, or even services based on different countries across the globe. If you want to learn more about it, you can visit my website, josemariacunha.com. But what I really want to tell you is that I absolutely love my job, especially because I get to work with a myriad of different sectors. I can learn more about fashion, hospitality, education, technology, or for example, even watchmaking. That's why I'm really passionate about creating brands for different kinds of audiences. That's true that I don't use code directly on most of my design projects, but the problem-solving side of it is constantly present. For example, I love the endless possibilities of geometry. I also love the rhythm that modular compositions provide. And I think that together, they can expand the brand's vocabulary, making it relate directly with its target. I like to call these concepts the visual grammars. And I think that these visual grammars are the foundation of my work. And it is crucial for me that they are able to communicate as a design system, not only physically, but also digitally. Of course, at the very core of it is typography. I think that typography can expand the visual concept, these visual concepts even further. After all, typography is the smallest unit of communication. And I think that my passion about typography is quite visible through my work. I like to use it. I also like to design it whenever it is possible to create a custom solution to a tailored design problem. For example, I can use it to connect a certain subject to a certain geographic location, like in this case, Saudi Arabia. I can also use it to create a connection to a particular industry. The one you are seeing right now is for a window manufacturer, or even for a contemporary art exhibition about the theme surveillance. I am particularly interested in pushing the boundaries of typography, and in this case, type design, creating typefaces that can communicate not only by function, but mainly on expression, character, and even emotion.
Okay, now talking about a bit about my practice as computational designer. As you already know, I have first had contact with programming in design and multimedia course, and I felt really excited by the possibilities of programming in visual communication, how it could expand my practice and creativity as a graphic designer, and also the ability to generate a collection of different results within the same rules, and also the surprising visual outputs when using some amount of randomness. But what really motivates me to use code in my current practice is the ability of adaptation, when the graphic elements of a visual composition can be modified by external inputs, specifically the characteristics of its public or its surrounding environment at a specific moment. And this subject is what I'm currently approaching as a PhD student and researcher at Computational Design and Visualization Lab that is part of CISUC here in the University of Coimbra. So one of the projects I developed recently was Stop and Care that addressed the issue of water pollution. It is a poster that adapts its communication to the evolving environment, but especially to its public. So the main aspect it takes in consideration is the distance of a person to the poster. It was defined that, at least empirically, when someone has an interest in something, that person gets closer to that point of interest. So when someone gets closer to the poster would respond with more detailed information, and this would have an impact on the overall aspect of the poster. So the poster gets cleaner if the person shows interest and gets dirtier if the person shows lack of interest. A simpler project was I Am Here. It is a shy poster that expresses better when talking only with few people in a quiet environment. So the communication was more difficult to read when the poster was in front of a crowd or in a noisy environment, for example. Also, glowing lichen, it's a bit different. It was a collaboration with Ana Cláudia Rodrigues and was developed combining processing and Arduino to achieve this type of experience with a physical object instead of a completely digital one. This is a digital lichen that absorbs the characteristics of its environment, which can determine its behaviors or even life or death. And for example, a nervous lichen can get pretty pissed when someone gets too close to it, like this one here in the video. So, long story short, with this approach, more than a monologue between a static visual communication object and its audience, so a unidirectional communication, I want to explore this idea of an active public, a bidirectional communication. So the content gives you something depending on what you give to it. So I'm interested in exploring these relations, these dialogues, especially in the field of visual communication design, and programming here is definitely a key element.
And now, for something completely different, we would like to share with you our process. We were really excited when we heard about this submission because we thought not only the project was exciting for the possibilities, but also to combine our two areas of expertise to create something that we'd like to try.
Yeah, especially because of the numbers that compose the main theme of the event, the 25. We developed a series of experiments when exploring this relation between those two characters, the number 2 and the number 5. And this is our point where we started.
Yes, and we share, our process is quite different. The first thing I did was started sketching a few ideas that could later be translated to code. Bruna's approach was, of course, different.
Yes, I started drafting some ideas on paper that later were developed in processing. And although we had a lot of fun brainstorming, sketching, developing some of these ideas and combining our different practices, we realized that most of them had a completely different impact when in a static application than in a digital screen. And without emotion, their communication power was not as powerful. For example, here, we have a 5 and a 2 that share elements, and only with emotion, the 5 transforms in the 2. And the same happens here with this one, is the motion that tells the story. These are all drafts, but we are showing you to better explain this idea also of creating stories with the motion.
Yeah, this was one of our favorites. We called it Now You See It, Now You Don't. But as we come to realize, this kind of concept doesn't work as well on a static medium such as a printed poster. So we had to move to something different.
Yes, and our final approaches took this into consideration. And again, it's very interesting, the number 2 and the number 5, because they are symmetrical, either horizontally and vertically. We call them symmetrical twins, and we generated endless variations based on the same 5 rectangles that create this orthogonal shape. And if we are using code on a project, we want to take advantage of its potential for exploration, and in this case, based on randomness. We played with different widths and heights, and of course, also scale and grid.
Yes, and I think that the final artworks convey this sense of symmetry and also construction, but we wanted to emphasize the sense of dynamism that the code itself could provide to this concept. So we played a bit with a few distortions, and also we tried to use color on it. Here are just a few examples that we printed throughout the process. But in the end, we thought that pure black and white was the best approach, so we went with it. For our second concept, the starting point was Romain Duroy, perhaps the earliest example of a rational design applied to a serif typeface. And the thing here is that this serif font, this serif typeface, is drawn on top of a geometrical grid. And we try to play with the sense of both grid and anatomy and how it can do the same inverted to a typeface. So for example, if we make a grid with a simple geometric module, such as a square or even a circle, how would the typeface react to it?
And here is one of the advantages of using code. Because by creating a set of rules, it's really easy to achieve different results simply by changing the values of the parameters. For example, here, we can change the size or the distance between elements, or even the shape. It can be a circle or a square. Sure, we could have built each of these variations by hand, but you can imagine the amount of work and the challenge to produce manual randomness. So here we had, with processing, we had really quick control over experiments.
Yeah, sure. And it was also quite easy to experiment with such a different wide range of typefaces. We could experiment with many more, but we use 3 different for this approach. And the thing is that they dramatically change the final output. We use the text sans, a poster sans, and also a serif font. And I think that's the magic of typography. You can say the exact same thing in many different ways. And in this case, we have variations of the number 2 and 5. And we thought that it could be interesting to create different meanings by creating, by overlapping some of these outputs, even with different angles, they create different results. And as we are experimenting more, we thought that, well, this could be a great project to use color, finally, like overprinted color. We also experimented, of course, with our sans serif, but we thought that although it matched quite well, the grid on the back, we thought that with the serif font, the contrasts was far more beautiful. So we went with it. We just needed to find the right color for printing and not for screen. And in this case, we used it 2 complementary colors, cyan and orange. And that's it.
Yes, and we are really happy with the results and had a lot of fun in the process, really. We hope you enjoyed knowing more about us and our work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, José and Bruna. We have some questions here for you. So first to Bruna. So in your works, you approach the idea of 2-directional communication. So the dialogue between one artifact and one person. But do you believe there is space to create artifacts that communicate in multiple directions? So for instance, an artifact that communicates simultaneously to multiple people.
To multiple people. Okay, yes, I do think so, yes, but it depends on the data that object is reading, actually. So if it is able to read different elements from different people, yes, I do think so.
Okay, because it's a completely different interaction, right? Because right now you have one system that it's communicating just one thing to the public. So you can have many people there and it's only that thing. But then at a certain point you can have the same system communicating 2 different things to different people, you know? So it's very interesting. And not sure if this sort of communication should actually be performed. What sort of consequences can it have, and where should it be used? I'm not sure if you have dedicated any thought to this topic.
Yes. I think you're saying is right, because in my projects, sometimes I read what is happening in front of the poster. Either it can be it's public, but my experiments usually read for example, the person that is closer to the poster. It's what it takes in consideration, but it can also take in consideration the environment, for example, characteristics of the environment, or characteristics of a wider public. So if it's a lot of people moving, for example, but it's not talking specifically to that crowd. It takes in consideration the people, the person that is closer to the poster, and then it can adapt different visual elements of communication to those layers of the environment that is reading.
So interesting. Since you are talking about the environment, I have here a second question, which is, what kind of environment did you have in mind when you were designing your work Stop and Care? So where would it be the environment where it should be placed, or what did you envision for it?
Yes, Stop and Care specifically, it took a lot more consideration the people. Not exactly the environment. For example, the other project, the I Am Here, took in consideration both aspects. Step care, it dealt with interests, and the interest was relying on the interaction of a person, not exactly the environment.
Okay. Now I have a question for both of you, because and it regards the future of graphic design. So right now we are seeing how this creative coding movement is actually affecting how people the process of designing things, right? So for example, on your work, Bruna, you use much code, and then when we shift to Xamarin, it's very and very manually and very well thought. So in your opinion, what will be the future of this? What will be the future of code? What changes will code bring to how graphic design of graphic design as a field? Is there still space for that meticulously and just handmade graphic design without any code, or should we all code it?
Yes.
Okay, I think that for the ones that do it by hand, if they do it really, really well, there will always be a space for them because they are, of course, experts and almost like artisans in their craft. But I think that code opens a new frontier in graphic design. For example, I'm more present in the field of identity, and I think that in visual identity, the possibilities of coding are really amazing. I hope that code will turn brand guidelines and everything related to the normal guidelines usually hand over to a client completely obsolete. You can then give him a program which will help him to create communication pieces that are far more agile than anything that you can put together, whether you are in the in-house team or working together with them. So I think that not only that, but also the target or the population, the audience to which we are talking to, are increasingly aware of screens and the speed in which communication is fired to our eyes. So I think that code will help us better organize and articulate this kind of messages and information in a much more efficient way to the target audience. So I think that, yes, code would be a really powerful weapon tool in that. And I think that it's great to see many courses taking that route and trying to show to designers that code offers great possibility.
We have now a question from the audience, from Stig, which is, which do you appreciate more, the actual poster or your process? So it's like asking choosing between two of your kids. So
for me, actually, although I cannot choose that way because I really love the both. But the process for me is really what I love to do. I love spending a lot of time in the process. I love brainstorming. I love developing ideas and explore the potential. And yes, I waste a lot of time in the process.
Well, if I may also answer, as long as I really love the process as well, but it's really important that the process ends up in something that is tangible and that I can present, show, or make work. So of course, most of the times it's quite hard to get the right balance between a rich process and a functional outcome. We just do our best that we can have that fun on the process and then a great final outcome in which we are proud of.
okay, thank you for your presentation and for these question and answer. So maybe now we will move on to the next speaker. So the next speaker comes from France. Jérôme Mercier is a French graphic designer working in web design and communication. He maintains the website pizzapunk.com, where he has published more than 900 works related to creative coding and generative design. So we now will play the presentation of Jérôme. I hope you enjoy.
Bonjour, je suis Jean Mercier et je suis très heureux d'être parmi vous pour vous présenter mes travaux à l'occasion de cette première journée processing de Coimbra. Donc je fais des sites internet depuis 20 ans en freelance et depuis quelques années je voudrais créer un petit peu du design avec du code. Et sur mon site internet, j'expose un petit peu toutes les expériences graphiques que je réalise, donc que ce soit au niveau du design de la typographie, des expériences un petit peu audio-réactives et des choses plus personnelles dans la rubrique artwork où on parle de general design. Alors vous pouvez consulter toutes mes réalisations, il y a plus de 200 réalisations sur le site internet. Sur chaque réalisation, n'hésitez pas à me contacter si vous avez besoin du code correspondant. Alors j'ai commencé à créer des graphismes avec du code en découvrant Processing et P5.js. Le site est extraordinaire parce que c'est du JavaScript et on peut directement trouver des exemples et les modifier directement dans le site web. Donc c'est très très pratique pour essayer énormément de choses, voir si le langage nous plaît. Il y a beaucoup d'exemples pour apprendre, des sketchs qui sont déjà fonctionnels et sur lesquels on peut faire des manipulations. Alors quand on s'intéresse à Processing, on tombe très rapidement sur les tutoriaux de Daniel Schiffman, qui est vraiment incontournable dans ce domaine-là. Pour moi, le point de départ a été ce sketch, où vraiment j'ai pu apprendre à manipuler les objets graphiques de manière aléatoire et d'une manière naturelle dans un espace 2D, 3D, mais aussi en prenant en compte la dimension temporelle qui nous permet de faire de l'aléatoire dans des boucles. Donc, ce que j'ai fait, j'ai pris le sketch de Daniel Schiffman et j'ai commencé à modifier avec une philosophie un peu punk quand même, qui a été de faire n'importe quoi. D'essayer de manipuler les paramètres, d'essayer différentes choses et surtout de voir ce que ça donne. Euh, D'en profiter pour explorer toutes les objets graphiques qui étaient proposés par la bibliothèque P5.js. Donc expérimenter, toujours expérimenter, explorer qu'est-ce que les formes peuvent donner, un carré, une ligne, un vertex qu'on va animer d'une manière aléatoire. Voilà, c'est vraiment un jeu, c'est vraiment essayer, expérimenter, explorer et découvrir des choses sur lesquelles on peut aller un peu plus loin et essayer toujours de nouvelles choses, comme par exemple intégrer du son dans cet algorithme-là, voir comment ça réagit au son. Donc j'utilisais des oscillations simples qui sont des cercles, mais je trouvais que c'était un petit peu limité et j'avais besoin d'étendre un petit peu les oscillations et trouver des choses un peu plus sophistiquées. Et donc ce qui m'intéressait, c'est de tendre vers une espèce de chorégraphie de mouvement de mes objets graphiques. Et je suis tombé sur Internet sur les formules de l'ISAJOU qui permettent justement, qui sont une traduction mathématique de mouvements naturels. Et donc je les ai intégrés dans mes algorithmes, les algorithmes initiaux de Perlin Noise. Et là, j'ai pu commencer à expérimenter graphiquement comment les objets pouvaient réagir dans cet environnement algorithmique d'un point de vue graphique, voire voilà, faire rentrer vraiment des processus d'algorithmes un peu plus sophistiqués dans un environnement graphique. Et toujours avec cette philosophie d'expérimenter, de faire un petit peu n'importe quoi, de tester des choses, d'utiliser des lignes, des cercles, des carrés, des objets, en manipulant les modulations de fréquences, etc. À partir de ce moment-là, j'ai intégré la dimension temporelle dans l'aléatoire, c'est-à-dire que je voulais que les choses évoluent naturellement, aléatoirement, mais que ça puisse revenir à un point de départ à un moment donné, voilà, pour créer des boucles. Alors, pour garder une trace de tout ce que je faisais, j'ai commencé à exporter des images et les publier sur mon site internet. L'objectif, c'était vraiment de garder les éléments, d'avoir une référence de ce que je faisais pour pouvoir retrouver les codes un peu plus facilement. Donc, mettre ça sur un espace qui était le mien, donc un site internet et publier de manière assez régulière des images. Donc aujourd'hui, il y a plus de 1200 images sur ce site. En parallèle de ça, j'ai publié sur un groupe Facebook euh, toutes ces expérimentations pour avoir un petit peu le retour de la communauté de Creative Codeurs. Alors, l'étape suivante a été d'intégrer ces algorithmes-là dans un espace en 3 dimensions. Donc l'avantage avec JavaScript, c'est que c'est du web, et aujourd'hui les navigateurs web, grâce au HTML5, peuvent lire et interpréter et jouer en temps réel de la 3D grâce au canvas WebGL. Donc mes algorithmes portés en 3D, ben, ça a été un petit peu rigolo de faire ça, parce que j'ai commencé à faire des choses que j'ai trouvées bizarres, et très rapidement j'ai été confronté à un problème du monde de la 3D, c'est l'espace un peu colorimétrique et l'espace des lumières, que je connaissais pas du tout. Donc là j'ai créé un algorithme personnalisé, toujours basé sur les oscillations, parce que j'utilise un cercle virtuel pour distribuer des lumières avec des couleurs qui viennent de palettes de couleurs directement depuis le site d'Adobe via le XML. Donc j'ai commencé à faire des choses qui me plaisaient, dans le sens où je suis beaucoup nostalgique de la période Flash des années 2000, notamment avec des artistes comme Joshua Davis de PlayStation ou Jared Tarbell, des gens qui ont un petit peu inventé le web, je pense. Et je suis un peu nostalgique de cette époque avec Flash, où on faisait des trucs en vectoriel qui étaient vachement sympas, qu'on pouvait programmer. Et du coup, j'ai passé énormément de temps à essayer différentes choses. Des choses un peu plus modernes aussi, mais tout aussi bizarres. Toujours, c'est vraiment le generative design en 3D. Jouer avec les formes, avec ces mouvements-là. Et donc, c'est devenu une vraie addiction, parce que j'ai créé pas mal de posters comme ça, en commençant à intégrer tous ces éléments-là graphiquement. Alors, j'ai beaucoup appris personnellement avec Daniel Schiffman et son ouvrage de référence, The Nature of Code, qui est vraiment super pour apprendre tout ce qui est système de particules, déplacement dans les espaces avec les vecteurs, système de force, tout ce qui est intelligence artificielle, pour aller un peu plus loin. J'ai aussi travaillé de mon côté sur tout ce qui était easing. Et également tout ce qui est shader. Alors ça, c'est un domaine, ça sort un petit peu du truc, mais on peut les utiliser avec P5. Alors au niveau de l'interactivité, on utilise les outils interactifs traditionnels, donc la souris, les données d'utilisateur, donc le mouvement de la souris, le mouvement du clavier, enfin les touches du clavier. Mais moi, ce qui m'éclate de travailler, c'est surtout avec du son. Avec du son, et travailler avec l'amplitude sonore, de façon à créer des espaces graphiques qui évoluent en fonction du son. Typiquement pour du edging ou pour des animations audio réactives qui jouent en fait elles-mêmes avec le son. Donc ça peut être aussi très simple. Là, c'est une espèce de grille 2D, toujours avec les mêmes algorithmes, algorithmes de noise. Alors, quelque chose qui est assez important et qui fait gagner énormément de temps, c'est de se concevoir pour chaque programme une interface graphique qui permet de manipuler les données, les paramètres que vous choisirez vous-même à manipuler dans vos créations, et de mettre une interface en place, ce qui permet vraiment d'aller beaucoup plus vite et de tester les choses en direct. Et c'est vraiment profitable. Là, par exemple, sur une base simple d'une petite fractale sur un objet, en mettant les paramètres dans une interface, j'ai eu la possibilité de créer quasiment une infinité de formes qui peuvent être utilisées dans une charte graphique ou n'importe quoi. Alors, j'utilise trois façons de faire pour manipuler la typographie dans P5.js. La première technique vise à utiliser les fonctions natives de P5 qui sont le text to point et le text to bound et remplir ces coordonnées XY avec des objets. Deuxième technique que j'ai utilisée ici, c'est plutôt d'aller écrire un texte, que ce texte soit transformé en une image avec la fonction createGraphX et de repérer les zones selon la couleur de la typo, repérer les zones dans l'image et faire une animation seulement sur les zones colorées, donc les zones qui correspondent à la typo. Une troisième technique un peu plus complexe qui utilise, en fait, on crée toujours pareil une typo, on écrit un texte, et ce texte-là, on le transforme en image avec createGraphX encore, et on crée des objets 3D qui vont utiliser comme texture cette image-là. Et du coup, après, on peut manipuler la texture en la distordant, en faisant des choses, en appliquant des algorithmes sur cette texture. Donc là, dans cet exemple-là, c'est plus une interface qui a été créée justement pour manipuler des graphiques qui utilisent des textes. Et avec une petite interface, j'ai pu me créer un petit logiciel qui me fait des trucs sympas. Alors, vous pouvez retrouver sur mon site internet pas mal de petites expérimentations avec ces différentes techniques. Donc je vous invite à consulter mon site. Donc tout cela nous amène à l'affiche que j'ai réalisée pour cette exposition. Alors je vous montre le programme qui permet de faire ça. Donc on est dans un environnement 3D dans lequel j'ai importé avec mes techniques que je vous ai montrées tout à l'heure de la lumière. Donc j'importe une typo. La typo, je vais chercher avec la fonction text to point les coordonnées x et y des glyphes de la typographie. J'intègre tout ça dans une espèce de boucle qui va donner lieu à une espèce d'évolution des formes qui vont aller se poser sur chaque point X et Y. Alors là, en l'occurrence, il s'agit d'une ellipsoïde, donc c'est une ellipse en 3D, qui va évoluer en fonction du temps. Donc là, j'ai une fonction d'easing pour faire tourner le texte d'une manière un peu plus dynamique. Et donc, vous voyez, si je modifie les paramètres, on voit un petit peu ce qui se passe. C'est-à-dire que quand je suis dans la phase quand la rotation elle est montante, je vais avoir un comportement qui va s'appliquer. Et quand la rotation elle est descendante, je vais avoir un autre comportement pour donner un effet un petit peu sympathique à l'animation. Voilà, cette présentation est terminée. Je suis très content de vous avoir présenté mes travaux. Si vous désirez connaître les codes sources, n'hésitez pas à rentrer avec moi en relation sur les réseaux sociaux ou via mon site internet pizza-punk.com. Je vous souhaite une bonne fin de journée.
Hello again. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I did. So Jerome, I think you are here with us.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, now yes. Hello. So we have a few questions for you. So first we have some comments from Stig. He congratulates you for your awesome body of work, very inspiring. And one question that I would like to ask you is based on these artifacts that you put on your website. I realize that you have thousands of hours of experimentation and producing results. So my question is, how do you approach the process of curating the results? How do you choose what goes online, what doesn't go online, what should go online, and what shouldn't?
I think it's very personal and about feeling, my personal feeling about things. I like to play with error, and when I am surprised with the results, I think it's interesting. It's not I'm not on a design project. I have no client. It's just for fun and for give me some pleasure. So I have no plan, and I'm working like a punk. You know, pizza punk is like a punk who cooks a pizza. He takes what he find and he test. It's just some test.
Thank you for this answer. I have another comment for you. So a lot of your work reminds me of the early practitioners of computer art. And most of these artworks would be great on an impression printing and put on a wall. So do you have this habit of printing some of your results and making them a print and actually placing them somewhere and not just on your computer?
I'm not a specialist, excuse me, of printing. I just print some of my works on little card A6 format. And yes, it's okay, but I think it should be greater. But I'm trying to work with height dimension with P5.js, and it's okay. It's okay. I have a big images.
So I wanted just to make a last comment. So also from a comment from our chat, which makes a comment on how some of your work actually resembles work from David Carson and your approach to it. So this punk idea is actually very aligned. So just wanted to drop this idea of how your approach to it, at least for me, also reminds me of these sort of works. So again, thank you for your presentation. I hope you will be able to join us in the discussion panel. And now we will move to the last presentation of the day. So from Vânia Oliveira and Irene Peixoto. So they are graphic designers based in Porto. They are interested in typography, generative design, and they relate these topics with emotions, and also they work in producing custom tools. So without further ado, we will play the presentation for you. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, my name is Irene Peixoto and my colleague is Vânia Oliveira, and we are going to talk about the process of the poster that was selected for the International Poster Exhibition on the Theme 25. But first, we would like to thank the opportunity of being here and congratulate the organization for the amazing event. So, who are we? Let's start by introducing ourselves. We are two graphic designers and friends who met each other a couple of years ago on the master's degree. We have different backgrounds, but a common passion, typography. As I said before, I am Irene Peixoto, a freelancer graphic designer from Viana do Castelo, but based in Porto. I graduated in communication design by Universidade Lusófona do Porto, and I recently finished my master's degree in graphic design and editorial projects at Faculty of Fine Arts, University of Porto.
My work includes typography, editorial, and graphic design. My contact with the programming started in the degree with the front-end language like HTML and CSS. Despite this, I don't particularly have projects around this theme. It is something that I have yet to explore and learn more about it. As I said before, more recently, I finished my master's project where I have developed works around typography and how typographic composition can affect a person's emotional state. The project consisted of designing a series of posters with different typographic compositions. You can see some of them here, and measuring the participants' perceptions of these posters. My knowledge of the processing platform occurred precisely in the initial phase of the master's, where we considered using this software in the creation of an analysis method. In parallel to this, I have been developing a collection of graphic material of traditional Portuguese music. In this project, through the regular publication of these graphic supports in the Instagram account, I reflect on the pertinence of the study of this theme in graphic design. The project name is Share and Move. Be free to visit the page. I have also explored the question of texture in more individual works to reflect on how textures are important in the configuration of space and what is the limit of exploration of this property.
And I am Vânia Oliveira. I was junior graphic designer at Studio Ash, and I'm from and based in Porto. I graduated in multimedia communication technology at the School of Media Arts and Design. And I've also recently finished my master's degree in graphic design and editorial projects. And my interests are typographic composition, creative coding, animation, editorial design, and graphic design. My relationship with programming started in high school with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and this made me take a degree in multimedia. Always thinking, how could I incorporate these technologies with design, with graphic design? And it wasn't this degree that I had the first contact with processing in a subject where I carried out with a colleague a first project where the goal was to create a VJing software. So we did some original code, but mainly we explored some sketches from open processing. Then we developed alongside some colleagues an interactive installation where the body and the movements functioned as an instrument and manipulated sound. So for the development of this project, we used processing, Arduino, and a Kinect. In addition to these projects, I had the opportunity to continue to develop some skills in the area of graphic design and programming in web technologies, also in Max software, for example, where, as you can see, in the videos, I've developed another 2 projects. The first one, Oniria, was an installation that allows the user to produce audiovisual content in real time using MIDI. And the second one, Chromo Mesh, that was an installation where the user had the opportunity to control through their body and voice a bendable mesh and some sounds, and creating an interactive audiovisual and performative experience. So currently, I no longer use programming to manipulate audiovisual content, but to work on typographic compositions and to develop objects and artifacts for an editorial and graphic context, such as books and posters. And this is because I got that master's degree in these areas, the editorial and graphic design, and so my interest for them grew. In addition, I've developed my final master project, Variant Type tool, which is a typographic composition tool that runs on the browser, on desktop, and that allows you to manipulate kinetic typography and develop some graphic objects that can be applied in editorial design and posters, for example. Here I use the P5.js code library to develop the whole tool. And the main goal was to understand how animation and the principle of repetition could influence the creative process when designing editorial and graphic objects. You can manipulate some static text, explore its composition with the application of the principle of repetition, and then animate the text. Alongside the tool, I designed a book with some of the artwork developed in the variant type tool in the evaluation phase with some users. And you can check some of these artworks in the Instagram page at variant type tool, and you can also find the link to access and experiment with the tool in the Instagram page. So now we're going to talk about the development and designing process of the poster that we submitted. The illustration of the number 25 was born from the drawing of just one line in Adobe Illustrator through the pencil tool. And the same line is the medium that incorporates typography in the poster. The words 25, which is the number 25 in Portuguese. And then we developed some code in processing where we used the function copy so we could draw some textures. So we copied the coordinates of the source image and a portion of this same image to the mouse X and Y position, thus creating an image with the same size as the original, but now in a new coordinates. And this is being done constantly every single frame. So we can create interactive textures in real time. Then we exported the frames that we generated in the sketch as JPEGs.
Here are some examples of some textures we created in the software. We ended up using this one. And on Photoshop, we edited the texture so that the number navigates through a digital forest and tries to camouflage itself in a noisy environment. The idea was to group typographic composition with digital technologies and code, areas that we investigated in the master degree and we would like to explore. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think Vania and Irene are here with us. Vania, Irene?
Hey,
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Is Irene around?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. I would like to start with a question to Vania. So you worked in the generation of audiovisual artifacts. So why did you stop working in this? Why did you change to another topic?
Well, I only worked with audiovisual artifacts while I was taking my degree. And then my interest for typography and graphic design started to grow, and I decided to take that master degree. And that's when I shift my focus and start working with more typographic compositions and editorial design.
Okay, so that brings me to the second question, which is, so now you work more with typography, but don't you think there is space to actually integrate both? So integrate audio also with typography?
Yes, yes, of course. That would be my next step, probably. I would like to start integrating both visual and audiovisual artifacts and videos, image, sound with typography. So that should be like a really interesting study for for the future.
I think there is a lot of space there to explore in the variant tool with sound,
Yes.
integrating them. So now to Irene. So you said that you had contact with P5 in college, but right now we are wondering what advantage does this bring to your work? How does this P5 and also programming language in general influence your creative process?
The code brings me to new forms of thinking graphic design that is my main area. A new method and lots of new ways, but I grow this experience with P5 grow with my friendship with Vanny and with my influence and with the influence with my teacher's advisor in masters that influenced me to use and explore P5 with graphic design. That's
okay. Thank you. And now a question again back to Vanya and also Irene. So Vanya, in your biography, I could see that you are a junior graphic designer at Studio Hash. I would like to know how you think if there is room for the inclusion of tools like P5 in a more commercial context, or if it is more left to experimental environments.
Well, nowadays I've been doing some research and I've been noticing that I think a lot of studios are starting to use these tools that they do themselves, that they program themselves. So I think that right now it is very important in the process of studios, and they're starting to explore more of those tools for that context, like a commercial context. So I think that it has its room right now in that area.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can now change to the discussion panel. So I would be interested, and this is actually one of the reasons why we try to make this event happen, because we felt that somehow there was, we had a sense that there was missing this sort of environment where we could stimulate a discussion with people from the field. So I have some topics that I would like all the speakers to intervene and give your opinion and also pose questions, and also people from the audience, feel free to ask your questions and give your opinion on the chat, and we will try to put it here as well. So I would like to start with the use of code. So throughout the different presentations, I could get the sense that people would describe code as having different goals and different advantages. So for example, from automation to creative stimulation to actually, for example, David referring to code as a way to make something visible, or even Bruna who mentioned that you can give something to the code, to the system, and the system will give you back something depending on what you give it to it. So I would be interested to know how can you see all these ways of using code, and how can you explore it even more? And is there any sort of topic that you try to make and you felt somehow constrained by the code in opposition to feeling like freedom and actually getting advantages from it? So I'm not sure if anyone wants to address this question. It's open for anyone to pick it. Maybe David, I was very curious of how you described the code of making something visible, right? So in your work, I can feel more of this sense of creative stimulation and not so much of automation, right? So can you develop a bit on that?
Well, I think it's a difficult question, I think. For me personally, I'm here surrounded by a lot of graphic designers, of course. So I'm from an architectural background, and I already said in my talk, my presentation, that I don't really consider myself as an artist. That's why I said the // everything I'm doing has to have a certain context. So either I just experiment it or I try to bring it into a context. Likewise, in all my work, I usually try to put my visuals on a canvas to bring them actually into reality. And likewise with the coding, it's the same thing, basically. I'm trying to relate it to physicality, for example, something that is tangible. And that's, I can, for example, I can do it with sound. I can do it maybe through installations or through interactive elements that I can also incorporate to that. And I think that's kind of very important, I believe, in terms of coding for me, at least, especially when I work with sound, not only sound in terms of voices, but also sound through, for example, in architecture, how materials sound, how does space sound, how does it shape, how does it make a drawing, first 2D drawing perhaps, and then I can also connect it to other softwares like Rhino, and then create three-dimensional forms. So those are very interesting studies that I can do very fast with it. But there is perhaps another question that for me is more interesting. I've been giving last year a talk, a lecture at the Merz Academy in Stuttgart, and the topic was art in the age of digital reproduction. And the question is, how does actually art changes, or sorry, how the tools are changing nowadays, the reproduction of art? How does it affect us? Because in the past it was more craftsmanship and was basically, many of us, I think, come from also have certain background working with manual tools. And now how does actually the digital tools allow us to move forward with within our professions? And I think that's also, for me personally, is also very interesting to investigate within my work. That's why I also quote Paul Klee, that I don't want to reproduce what we already see. That's actually, I think, not our purpose. It's not that's not supposed to be our objective. We want to actually utilize the new technologies to allow us to visualize that is hidden, that we would not be able to see, would maybe not see, not hear, and even not really comprehend. And I think that's what we should focus on, I believe. That's what also coding or programming in general, whichever language people use or which mediums they also use as an output, I think that helps us to understand our own reality. We refine our perception of basically everything that surrounds us, and perhaps with that we can also move forward and find some usefulness in terms of the tools that we have nowadays.
Yeah, it's interesting how you go on to tools, because another topic that I have here is related exactly with tools. So for example, Vania has developed this variant type tool in which you can actually modify type, and also Jerome designing his own GUI. So how does code, how do you see code having this sort of consequence? So not only using code to produce something visual, but actually using code to produce something that can produce something visual. So this two-step approach. So I'm not sure if David, you can continue, or Vania or Jerome, feel free to, or Vera, Professor Penozal,
anyway,
please feel free to join in the conversation.
It's a difficult question. Maybe someone can help. Maybe anyone? No?
So Vania, I think that mostly you have focused on the variant type tool. So did you get the sense, or do you in the future see yourself developing other tools to help in your own graphic design work?
Not only to help my own, but I think others. I've designed this tool as a way to help some designers that didn't have experience animating and wanted to do some quick experiments with type. So not only for myself, but for others, I definitely see myself continuing to try and produce these tools in the future. I think it's important that we question tools nowadays.
We actually have, yeah, David, please.
No, sorry. Sorry. No, I just had something in my mind, just came to my mind. But perhaps we talk about, I talk about tools also in Medium, and it reminded me a quote, so most of you probably are familiar with it, form follows function. Yeah, so basically, and I think using programming languages, especially when we use them as in the beginning, that's why I also talk about visual narratives. I try to expand them a bit. I think there is also somehow a danger that we basically just recreate functions with our visuals. And I think nowadays we live in an age, especially particularly for me as from an architectural background and urban design, we rather like to talk about form follows fiction. So we try to create narratives, we try to create events, situations. Yeah, and I think that's also what programming allows us to do it, or I think we should also focus on that, telling stories with it, maybe trying to connect it to some real cases. And maybe I hope that explains, maybe or connects to your question with the methods, what is basically the input. And maybe it's not about the method itself, but perhaps maybe having a different objective, a different focus, different aim. I think that's maybe is more relevant. Refining actually our objective, what we can do with programming in this case.
Yeah, it's interesting because this sense of goal and what you can do with it brings me back to the presentation from Angrad. Not sure if you want to add in something here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually you also have the other side, that the whole point of technology is supposed to make our lives easier, and so to eradicate really boring things. For example, I think Jose Maria mentioned it with identity branding and stuff, that sometimes as a graphic designer there are some really boring things that actually can already nowadays be completely automated and generated with code. So it would be a waste to waste our time and, you know, idea generations, what makes us unique as humans, on things that are such like manual apple monkey labor.
Yeah, exactly. And that follows a bit what I was discussing with you on Poème Errant, right? These meticulously work of trying to put everything together versus trying to develop a system that would do all this work for you. I'm not sure if José or Bruna wants to jump in and try to respond to this.
So Jean, if you could reformulate the question, please, because I lost a bit the track.
So, okay, so the idea is this, the use of code to actually automate something, but actually, because there is a lot of graphic design that is handmade, and actually sometimes we look at it and it's more of the same thing. So in one end, we can use code not only to automate things, but actually generate something different and actually try to produce something and get out of this bubble, right? So try to see how, I mean, you have two poles there, right? Jose, who really likes to do very meticulously work, and then you that try to actually put work to do to as you said, you give something to the system and it will give back something to you. So this is very interesting, and I would like to know your thoughts on this.
Yes, I think the code here has a lot of potential, for example, in José's practice, because yes, as I read in an article before, when you are doing something and you are thinking there must be a faster way for doing this, it's because probably there is a faster way for doing that. And in repetitive tasks, yeah, I do think that code here it has a really high potential. Although I do not think it completely substitutes the or overlaps the job of a graphic designer, of a human graphic designer, because the amount of refinements, the amount of the way you think and how you put it into shape, your thinking, it has a lot of your expertise, of your experience, of what you as human see the world. And I think I don't know if you want to add something about it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But I think not only in a way to get the most out of time, because some things that automated coding does much faster than we do, as designers, but also because it expands completely the results, because you can interact with data, with different kinds of inputs that you could not process as a human being and that a machine can process, like sound, the amount of people that are on the street, or even raw data. And I think that opens a completely new chapter, not only to communication, but also to branding and other areas in the graphic design field.
Yes, and here comparing his work with mine, as at least the way I see it. One of the advantages here of using code is to open the hypothesis of the work. For example, when you are designing a poster, a printed poster, you have to try to foresee what will be your public, or where that poster will be, and try to in your head communicate in that context. But if you have a poster that reads the context and tries to adapt its communication to a changing environment, to a changing context, because when you are having a dialogue, it's completely different if you are having a private dialogue with a person, with only one person in a private space, or having a dialogue in a crowded street with a lot of people. And when, especially in public spaces, you can have both conditions. You can have sometimes it's really quiet, sometimes it's really crowded. And here with code, you can create a system that is open and adapts to that context. And I think here is a real advantage.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And the way I see it, your work is very aligned with this sense of trying to actually align the system and the person, right? For example, you use colors to represent emotions, and we also have this topic of emotion in some of the other speakers' work. So for example, we have Irene, who worked on how a typographic composition can affect emotional state, but also David worked much on this visualization of hate. So and I think that I work personally on computivity, so it has much to do with how to infer actually properties that we consider human to code, which normally does not have this sense of or emotion and even creativity. So, for example, I would like to know how Vera thinks of this. What do you think?
So what do I think of computational creativity?
Also trying to see how you can infer this sense of emotion to the code and actually make code represent emotion and make people see, for example, blinking a red light see as aggression, right? As opposed as something positive.
I mean, I'm not necessarily focused on emotion in my work. I think I'm maybe a bit too rational sometimes, but I do see that you can use these programming functions and processing as a tool in the end, and then it still is the idea or the story behind it that counts. So whether that story is about conveying an emotion or conveying a message, or I don't know, translating a poem or a research or an experiment, I think it's just a new tool. So there's still more room for experiment because it's new. Not everything has been done with it yet, and it's also still developing. But I still think for projects, it's really the story that counts, especially within graphic design. That's really a big field, telling a story and trying to, have a narrative. And I think with computational creativity, that is also the case. So I think there, at least in computer science, it's really also more about experiment still. But in the end, I think when you follow these experiments through, they eventually lead to tools that we can use again to tell stories. So yeah, but I really like actually seeing that in all the presentations that everyone kind of makes their own systems or tools to tell something else, right? And that makes it for me so nice to see this. And then the way that things are being told really depends on the maker in the end, not necessarily the tool only.
And again, following up on this, because you also teach, and one topic that was mentioned in the chat is the fact that we are often using always the same tools, right? Always the same set of tools, and actually learning code and learning how to do your own tools can have high impact on your creative process and on your creative outcome. What do you think? And do you think this is, you mentioned about the one biggest problems with students is actually the motivation, right? So do you think this is, in my opinion, this is probably one of the main arguments into making people use code to produce their own tools as opposed to using something that has been used for quite a while?
Yeah. Yeah, I also really like what Angel had said about that learning to program is like learning a new language. So if you learn a new language, what I really like about that is that there's always expressions that you can only express in that language. So for instance, with German, you have this a lot. There's these crazy specific expressions like Kopfkino, which is like a head cinema, that don't translate to another language. And so I think that's really also the same as Anja had said with programming, that if you learn this new language, you also learn new ways to express yourself, and you learn new restrictions and new things that only exist within that language or within that program. So yeah, I just had to think about that. Actually, it doesn't really relate to teaching at all, but yeah, or maybe a little bit.
Not sure if Vanguard wants to jump in and say something in response.
I can jump in a bit.
Okay.
Because also in the other talk we were talking about the sometimes our students are scared of coding and always see it as oh my god, it's so complex to do a project when we ask them to do something in code. But it's really interesting because it doesn't have to be really complex, not necessarily complex. And because coding here expands our creativity. And if you, nowadays we work so much in the digital, so it brings new necessities for the public, having so many things in digital, but it also brings us new possibilities. And the code gives us that and expands the possibilities for us as a graphic designers have. And I'll never forget when I was a student, our teacher presented us a brief, and me and my colleagues me and another colleague were really frightened because, oh my God, it is we have to develop such a complex thing to respond to that. And our teacher said that we should always see the potential of a simple idea with a simple implementation. And that that teacher is here today, and it was really I'll always remember that words because coding doesn't need to be complex. If you have a good idea, it can be a simple idea, but it can really expand the potential of that idea. And I think it's one thing I try to tell to my students.
So if you don't mind, I would like to know who's the teacher.
is the one with the yellow shirt.
So Professor Penosa, I'm not sure if you want to jump in.
Well, you know me. If I jump in, I'll talk too much. So to be honest, it's been a pleasure just watching and listening to you talk. It was also very interesting to see other people come up with obscure examples that I tend to use in the classroom. I don't know what I can add to this discussion. I'm not a designer, and so my opinion is a little bit biased, but I think there is when you translate your ideas to code abstractly, even if it's not in a design scenario, this forces you to understand your own ideas. It's the same process as teaching something to a student. For you to program or to teach, you need a higher level of understanding. And is a very direct and practical way of gaining that extra insight into your own ideas. That is going through the effort of teaching them to somebody or building a program. And what I think is during this process of transcription of your ideas into code, this often leads to insights, to changes in your own ideas when you understand that some parts of it are simply not relevant, or they don't work, or they are too complex to implement, or they are totally marginal to the desired outcome. And this process of editing your own work and your own ideas is extremely interesting to me. Coming up with without trying to make this mystical or whatever, I do believe that simple, elegant code tends to translate to interesting, neat ideas and visuals. Not necessarily simple shapes. They can be very complex, but they tend to be organic, organized, and so on. So that's what I have to add. I can talk about other things if you want.
No, I really thank your input. As always, very wise, and we can take a lot from it. Not sure if anyone wants to add in or if we should move to the next session.
Actually, I want to make a provocation to Bika, because I think there is a lot in common between design and engineering. Actually, between good design and good engineering. I think what makes engineering and design different are the bad examples. So when it's really good, they are very close fields in the sense that aesthetics and functionality tend to go hand in hand. And that's an interesting, at least for me, it was an interesting discovery during the past few years. Baker is that. He has nothing to say. That's the most Baker reaction I have ever seen. He simply laugh.
I don't know about engineering, but I don't think nowadays. I don't think function is always a question for designers, and most of the times I refer to commercial work also. We have many problems that we don't have to solve only, but only to discuss. So functionality, it's not the main question most of the times. I don't know if this is what you want to hear.
No, I never expect you to say what I want to hear, so it's totally fine.
Okay, so maybe now we should end and move on to the workshop. We are already a bit beyond schedule. So I want to just finish by thanking everyone that accepted our invitation to be here. I really enjoyed your presentations and I really enjoyed talking with you, and I hope we can continue this conversation in the future. For the rest of you, we will now have a workshop on P5.js, so feel free to continue here. We will, for the people watching in YouTube, we will drop the link there so that you can join us here in Zoom and make it a more pleasant environment for the workshop. Please bear in mind that although you may have a lot of questions, try to make sure you don't shoot a lot of them, because otherwise it will be impossible to make. Right now we have 86 people watching, so an workshop for 86 people will be tough, but I hope you will enjoy it. And so now I will pass on the word to Pedro and also Daniel, who will be the workshop leaders. And I think we will have a 5-10 minute interval pause, so please continue here. I think you will enjoy the workshop. And for those of you who don't know P5.js, it will be a very good way of getting to know it. And again, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. Danielle, Pedro, if you want to say some words, the floor is yours.
But do we start already, or should we wait 5 minutes or 10, like you said?
We can wait a bit. I was just giving you the opportunity to say some words if you need it.
Okay. So maybe to full disclosure, this is a very workshop for beginners where we will introduce the P5.js with revealing the future and the possibilities of this new web paradigm of language, visual language. We will try to show some of our work already done with this language, and also later by Daniel, we will do the interactive, if possible, workshop itself. I will already, can I show my screen? Share my screen already?
Should we wait?
Or I can share already, but if you want,
let's wait 5 minutes for coffee, no?
Yeah, okay.
And you guys certainly also need a break, so 5-10 minutes, it's up to you. Yeah. Okay.
say no. Some 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 say no. Saying no, we shouldn't. You keep holding out, but you don't let go. Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no.
Hello everyone, I hope you are still there. You haven't gone anywhere because there is still an amazing workshop to attend. I see that there are still 60 people on YouTube. So for those still watching on YouTube, if you want to attend the workshop, I suggest that you follow the link that's on the chat that will bring you to a Zoom room, and you will be able to have some more interaction with Pedro and Danielle, who will be the workshop leaders for this workshop. So we are already 15 minutes after 5 here in Portugal, so I think we will start this workshop. Danielle and Pedro, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, João. First of all, thank you to everyone watching for participating in this event. It's very good to see this engagement for all of you. My name is Pedro Silva, Daniel Lopes. We are multimedia designers and programmers that conduct our studies here in the University of Coimbra. We are currently PhD students. We're engaged in both involving design and casual visualization in data art. We are going to guide you through this workshop. This is a workshop for beginners to engage everyone out there who wants to try a little bit of programming, more focused on visual environments. First, we will overview the main functionalities of P5, and then we'll use the creative interactive landing page for the website to conduct our workshop. What is P5? P5 is, in the same way as processing, is a library for learning quickly and in an easy way how to program with a visual environment. P5 is a library that simplifies the implementation of graphics for the web. Yet, comparing to processing, P5 has some advantage of being more shareable, more accessible by the users. And it's more easy to integrate with other websites and web technologies, like other JavaScript libraries, such for doing websites. Many of you have already shown the incredible power and the advantage of working with Process and P5, where you can consult more the amazing work produced by all of you in the PCD Coimbra website. And as a big online community, you can resort to many other websites to get inspiration, such as the Open Processing website that already have also implementation in processing and P5 algorithms. And besides these, we are going to quickly showcase some of the works done by us, by me and Daniel, which again can be implemented using both processing or P5, like these kind of digital mirrors where you can map your camera with different approaches, image filters, using sound analysis to create some patterns, and create some dynamic graphic identities for example, a music festival. Well, in this example, let me turn a little bit down. This example is used for a music festival where the eyes of the participants are detected from the camera, and these are the change reacted to the music playing. This is the poster created for the festival, and other examples of possibilities to apply our algorithms applied in processing. This is an interactive logotype made for hairdressers, where you can see that the movement of the participant affects the visualizations by cutting the letters, like the hair, where you use the scissors. This is another example of the possible application of these projects. And of course, the stationary applications like printed cards and examples of other utensils. In my research area, I try to do more artistic driven or more aesthetic pleasant data visualizations. This is a visualization of our personal data our personal data of Instagram. Here you can see my entire activity of Instagram since 2014. This is my entire Instagram data. This is another example of work I have done, where you can see the public contracts held in Portugal for the many sectors, like the health sector, the culture, environment, education, etc., where I represent the amounts held through a more engaging and simplistic yet functional way. And here is an example of the interactive website that reacts to the mouse by the user, the actions of the user, which is the project we're gonna replicate today with this workshop. This is an example with the different color, with different inputs, because we want to drive through the process of creating these, but we also we desire that you engage with us and try to create different variations, different results. Having said that, I will go through a simple but overview of the P5 website to the new ones who are familiar with the language. If you can consult the P5 website, you will find an online editor where you can create P5 sketches that already have the traditional setup to create more easily the explorations of the new practitioners, like this environment. But you can also download the library to develop the sketch offline. No need to be online to create them. And for example, you can use the code editors such as Sublime or another code editor you want, of course. In the Get Started menu, you will find everything you need to set up a P5 project and making your first sketch, where you can see here a simple example. In the reference menu, you can consult the main and almost features of P5 and functions of P5. And you can also make use of external or core libraries of the P5 to extend that same functions. You can import libraries. You can import libraries which offer additional functions that can help you with the most varied tasks, such as working with sound, with geographic maps, to work with machine learning also. And in the menu Learn, you will find additional documentations and tutorials that will help you to overview the main features of P5. And more importantly, see the difference between the processing and P5 functions and different aspects. And you can learn how to integrate, for example, Node.js and other libraries. In the menu example, you can find the most varied applications created using P5, how to create, for example, particle systems and many other applications. So, to starting the practical work, we'll now start to implement this interactive landing page, this one, that reacts to the user action. So to getting started and to facilitate this workshop, we will use the online editor and that you all can use to programming on real time, if you want, of course. And now I will pass the word to Daniel, which will guide you through the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
Desligar os teus sons.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I was muted. So please join the editor in the editor.p5js.org, and please interrupt me or if I'm going too fast. This is a tutorial, a workshop for beginners. So we expect that you already know a little bit about processing, and maybe HTML or JavaScript or processing, which is very similar to P5. But we also gonna start with very basic stuff. So if you know nothing, maybe you will learn something. So here in the editor, you'll find a function setup and a function draw, just like in processing. The setup is a function that will run once when you start your program, and the draw is a function that will run like for default, like 30 times a second. So here, this function create canvas, it's similar to size in processing. So this is going to create like a screen in your website. Like imagine this is our website here in the editor, and if you run the editor, you will create this canvas, this screen, which is 400 by 400 pixels. This is width and this is height. So if you change here the width, it will be larger. And this function background, just like in process, will fill all the screen, all the background of this screen. Colors for default are also RGB. So it's like red, green, and blue. So if it's just one parameter, it is a grayscale from 0 to 255. So for red, it's all red and nothing green and nothing blue. Red and green will go yellow, and so on. So I'm gonna let it like that, like red. All right, then shapes are also similar to processing. We can go ellipse and we give it an X and Y position, a width, and an 8. If you want a circle, we just give them 2020, for example. For rect, more or less the same. We give it an X and a Y coordinate and size parameters. If you want a square, ellipse as an anchor point in the middle, like in here, and the rect as an anchor point in the top left corner. If we put it in the same position, we can see that. I'm gonna write this first, and we can change it with rect mode, for example. If we want the rectangle to be centered to, like the circle, in the X and Y position, we just can use rect mode, but we're gonna let it normal for now. Then very quickly, you got line, X and Y, and the second X and Y, and the point, of course. Which, wait, all right, let me put it in a more visible place, like in here, in there. So color, also the same, like processing, we say fill and will affect everything following. Like, let's put it yellow. Everything's gonna be yellow. If we set another color for like this ellipse, this fill function and stroke function and all that will also affect what's behind, because this is like a loop. If I set the pink here, it will affect the ellipse. Well, this one says no fill, but it goes back and will affect the rectangle. So we also have to set this. Stroke is like the same. This is stroke color. And now let me just, and stroke age. So let me, okay. Also, we can draw more complex shapes using begin shape and end shape. We can say begin shape and then end shape. And here you can set some vertices for what we want to draw. Like we say vertex and we give it coordinates. Let's, for example, do a triangle. So 3 points, very randomly. So there we go. And if we give it a, like, let's make it white, we see that maybe this stroke is not the best too. Let's make it black. We see that the shape is not closed. We could, if we had a shape with no fill, it would be just a path. So if we wanna close it, we have to declare it in the end shape function. And now it's a closed shape. So, but this is the very basics for drawing something here. But now we're gonna get into our goal, which is something like this. We want to write something, and we want to write something with the shapes, right? Here with circles, we could do it with other shapes. So, A very important thing you have to get from this workshop is not just memorizing everything what I'm telling you, is also learn to search for where you need. So we're also gonna search some of the stuff. As an example, we're gonna search. So what I wanna do is write some text. So we can just go P5. Maybe we wanna load the font and write this with a custom font. So let's just search for load the font. Here in the website of P5, you get very easy examples, very simple examples where you can learn to use this. So here, for example, we see that to load a font, we need this new function called preload. What's going to happen here is that we need to make sure that the font is loaded when we use it in the setup. We want to say, like in process, use this font, my font, but we need to make sure it's loaded. So we use this preload function, which will run before the setup. So it's preload once, setup once, and then the draw in a loop again and again and again. You can just copy this. So also different here, it's variables, because here we're programming with JavaScript. P5 is a library for JavaScript and processing for Java. We can change that, but mostly for Java. So here variables, to create variables, you don't need to go like int for a number, or integer number, or float, or string. You don't need to do that. JavaScript will figure out what the type of variable is. So we just need to say let, and let it be like that. So then after loading a font, we can just say we use this font, and with this text size, we can just copy that too. Now, what's happening here is we didn't have this font here. For seeing all the files in our sketch, you can click in this arrow, and we see that we have this index HTML, the sketch, which is the file where we are, and a style sheet. And we don't have a font, actually. And so you could just load it here and load it from our computer, but we're not going to do that because it's more practical to use a font on the web. We can, for now, you can just use Google Fonts, for example. You can just, I don't know, a bolder one. And it will give us this style sheet with all the fonts for several types of characters, like Greek. We're gonna use Latin, and you can copy the link of this font. If you pass it here, you will just download, but we're gonna use it directly. So now we set this up so you can just type something, like using text, like in processing, we give it a string, like design and X and Y coordinates, like 50, I don't know. Right. Now you got something here. Maybe we're gonna put it bigger. All right. Now, but that's not actually what we want to do, right? We don't want just a normal font. We want this font made of dots or made of any shape, right? So how can we do that? We can just search for it like text points is wait. Maybe my connection is unstable. All right. And maybe we have to say P5.js so we can find the reference in the website. And there's this function, text to points, that do it for us. We don't need to go with a lot of effort in the code. So how does it work? It just loads the font here, which is called font. Then you got some variables to store something, we'll see. Creates a canvas, give it some style. And then this point is going to store the result of this function, which is a method of font. So we go, our font, in our case is my font, see? And we go text to points, you give it a string, and we give it, let's see what else, an X and Y coordinates, a font size, and some options, which are these options here. This is a sample factor, it's somewhere here, which is like the resolution we want our font, like more or less points. And the next parameter is just for simplifying the path or something. So you're not going to use this. You just want to bother about this sample factor. So our text is going to be always the same. So you can do it in the setup. You can do it just once. We don't need to get the points every time in a loop. So I need to create this variable points. And my font is not called font, it's called my font. And my text is not P5, it's going to be design. Let's create a variable to that. Text equals design. See in here, I'm mixing variable types, and there's no problem to that. So text design, I'm going to replace it here. I'm going to replace it here. All right, so now I need to give it some coordinates. Let's give some random coordinates for now, just to see what happens. And a text size, which is 100. Let's create a variable to that, so I won't repeat me. So text size is gonna be 100. We don't need that. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, probably nothing, because now we got these points. But what are these points? In here, in processing, you often go println. You can also go print just in processing, but here is just also print to print something in the console in here. So we're gonna print these points and see what's in there. And here's this huge array of objects. So for beginners, an array is just a list of variables, and we can call them in the list by asking for its position in the list. Like, like if you have an array A, we can go just, hey, give me the first item in the array in the list, which is also always 0. It's starting 0 instead of 1. It's maybe you all know that, but or get me for the second, or get me the third. So it's just a big list. In here, it's a list of objects. Maybe objects is more unfamiliar to you. Objects is like an array, but instead of asking for the number, like, get me 0, get me 1, you ask for actually a name. And I can show you what an object is, because we got a lot of objects here. We can go to this array points and ask for the first object, first item in that list, which is this. And this is like an array again. But instead of having 0, which give me this number, or 1, which will give me this number, we just say, hey, get me X. You can say just like go to the array and to the array, get the first object, and we ask for instead of 0, we ask for X, for example. And let's see what's going to happen. See, there's also other syntax, more like arrays, like we could do this, but this is way more practical. So these objects give us coordinates for the points X and Y, and this alpha, which is related to the angle of the path in the letter, but we don't care about that for doing this. We just want the position of the points and put something there. So now we have this array, we can just draw all the points with an ellipse, for example. Like the for loop, it's very similar to, but instead of int, we go let again. So we're gonna run the array from 0 to, oh, all right. The length of the array, so all the items in the array. And iterate from 1 to 1, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're gonna draw something with these positions. Let's store them maybe, or we don't need to. Let's just draw directly. Let's draw an ellipse in, let's get the first point, all the points actually, I, which is a given point in the array, and ask for X, and the same Y, and now let's give a width and a height to the ellipse, maybe less. Right, and see what happens. All right, it doesn't look like dots because our sample factor, which needs to be way smaller, like all right. Oh, way smaller. All right, now you can see something. Let's just all right. Is there any questions so far? This is a lot of information, maybe. All right. So if you have questions, you can just type them in the chat, and Pedro will try to answer. So now you want to maybe center these dots, right? With the text, there's an easy way to do it. We can just set a text alignment horizontal, and then of course let's put this text in the center. It is in 50 to 100. It is not definitely the center of the screen. So how we get the center of the screen is like just like in processing, width divided by 2, height divided by 2, and now you have to. This is the anchor point of this text. So now we can just align it center horizontal, and now vertically. It's not totally centered because it will consider like the line height, but it's totally fine for us for now. Like a little bit in here, which is for the regarding the line height, but it's fine. But we cannot do this with these points, because these points are not texts like in here. These are just points. So we can actually get rid of this text because we won't use it. And we can get rid of these shapes because they're not actually part of this. It was just an introduction. All right, let's give it a color maybe. Red is not the color, right? Oh no, please not. I'm sometimes very randomly with the colors. No, it works for me. Maybe a thicker stroke. All right. So now we need to center these points. So we're gonna start from the same principle. We're gonna put it to the center of the screen, and then we'll see. And basically, the anchor point is also here, but we cannot just use the text align function. So we're gonna shift this design word, this word, half of the width to the left. And how can we do that? We need to get to know the width of this text. So let's find out how we can do that. Right. So we got this text width function, and we pass it some string, and it will give us some text width, but it's not just it. It will. So we want to pass our text, and we will consider the font we loaded here and the text size we set. So we need to set this to a variable next, like the text width. We can make it global, just not to confuse yourself. So, and now we know the width, we can just shift it half text width. Right? And now you have to do the same with the height, but this we know it's like text height, text size. So we need, so as the Y grows this way, we need to add half of the text. And again, the situation of the line height, we can just adjust it by hand if you don't like this way. Well, more center now. So now we want it to react, right, to the mouse, like run away from the mouse or follow the mouse or something like that. So maybe I will open this just to explain you very briefly what you're gonna do. So having the mouse, we are going to store the position of the mouse using a vector, which is like this representation, which always starts from 0, from the origin, and stores this position, and then we can get like the direction or the angle, right, of this line, this vector, and also the length of this vector. And P5 has functions to do that. We then need to go to Pythagoras theorems or something. And we're going to do the same with the position of each of these points. Just imagine they weren't distorted already, right? So then we're gonna subtract this, and x's subtract with x's and y's with y's, and we get this new vector. Also, we don't need to do this by hand. We have functions to that. And we get this vector here in red, which is the distance and direction of the circle to the mouse. So now you know the direction, we can just move the point, move this circle here, which is the point of the character, towards or away from the mouse. And by changing the magnitude or the length of this path, we will have different forces. Actually, it's going to be crucial to change it. So maybe I'm just commenting this because it's really annoying. All right. So for each of these points, so inside these four, and before drawing this ellipse, we're going to set a new x and y according to the direction of the mouse. So first we're going to store the position of the mouse, but how do we do it? We need to create vectors. How we create vectors in P5? So P5.js vector, and let's see what it appears. So it's just that, it's create vector, x and y, and we have a vector. And then we have a lot of functions we can use with the vector, like adding, subtracting, multiplying, and so on. Normalizing, so the length is 1, or set magnitude somewhere in here. Right. So our, let's call it mouse vector, is going to be equal to create vector. This function will return this vector, but it's not 40, 50. Is like mouse x and mouse y, like in processing. And then the second vector for the point, which is going to be point vector, or PT vector for short, and create vector with the position of this point, which is like the one in the ellipse, right? And then we're going to create this red one, which is the subtraction of the two. So instead of using one of these vectors, we're going to create a new one just for a better reading, like a direction vector or something. Equals create vector. Oh, sorry, it's not equals create vector. It's the subtraction from this to this, right? So mouse vector and that sub for subtract this one, the point vector. Is it well written? Yeah. All right, now we have this red, let's see, this red vector. Now you can use it to shift the position of the point. So let's create again a new vector just for reading it better. Like the position, the final position of the ellipse is going to be, it's going to be like the point vector, which is where it is now. And we're going to add this vector, this red vector, which is this dir vector. However, we need to change the magnitude, because as we see here, what if I had this vector to this point, we're gonna end up with the mouse position. So it's gonna be something like, I can show you, right? Better. All the points are gonna be in the mouse position, right? So you got nothing. However, if you change the magnitude, we can find the function to do that. It's called set magnitude. And we can give it some magnitude, like 20 pixels. Now we got something. And it's going to the direction of the mouse, but instead of this length, we're using, like, for example, this length. So the point is going here. But maybe it's cooler if we go the other way around. So you can just subtract that or give it a negative value. It's just the same. And it seems like it seems like to us that we are getting the points away according to the distance of the mouse to the circle, but we're not. We're just moving everything 20 pixels, but with different directions. Like everything now it's 20 pixels to the right, everything now is 20 pixels to the left. And now these in the middle are going to go 20 pixels to the top or to the bottom, and that's what's really happening. Questions so far? Questions there in the chat? All right. All right. So now instead of ellipses, we can use just other shapes. We can actually, for simplifying this, the reading of the code, we can create a function. In P5, we don't say like void something or int something for returning something. We just go function, and we'll figure out the variable to return if it's needed, or if it doesn't return nothing. You can just type like draw unit. Let's call it a unit because it can be a circle or it can be whatever you want. And we will have a position X and Y. Again, we don't need to go let because it's always let. So we just put the variables there. And now we can draw something here. Let's start for this ellipse to make sure this is right. And we have to call this instead for this position. Let's see if it's all right. So now you can draw anything we want, really. You can just take this from here and utilize and use this to draw something more complex in here. Like, let's remove this ellipse and do something with shapes. I'll propose to draw a variable number of points around the circle, like a triangle or a rectangle. So we have this number of points. And also in JavaScript and in P5, we can set default variables. Like we can say for default is 4. So I'm not saying nothing here. Like I'm not saying it's 3 or it's 4. So it's gonna be 4. All right. And we can use a 4 to draw the number of points around this X and Y we want, right? So 4 from 0 to number of points. Right. You can use just, let's see, Shift Tab to indent your code, because probably at this stage is a mess already, like mine was. Close this. All right. And now we can use this X and Y, sorry, to draw a vertex. But it's not just X and Y, or it would be, all the points will be in the same spot. So we need to add a radius. Let's create a variable for that, like 10 pixels or something. And then multiply by the cosine of a certain angle we have to create, and by the sine of a certain angle. And then we're not finished. We're gonna get there. Let's create this angle, which is gonna be like the whole circle, like talking in degrees divided by this number of points. But for talking in degrees, we need to set that because default is radians. So we say angle mode, and we say degrees, right? So in this case, for 4 points in the first loop, the first run of this loop, first the angle needs to be for I equals 0 needs to be 0. Then it needs to be for I equals 1, it needs to be 90, and 2 needs to be 180, and 3, and it stops because it's 4, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 iterations. So what you need to do is just actually multiply the angle by I, because the angle is 90, so 90 times 0, it's going to be 0, 90 times 1 is going to be 90, 90 times 2 is going to be 180, and so on. So this should work. All right. Now you got some squares, and we can change it, for example, in here if you want, or in there. I'm going to change it in here. So you can see this overrides the default parameter I set in here. Now we got triangles, and we can go on like 5 points, and you got this very messy word. You need to make it bigger, maybe. All right, maybe. All right. Now we got our sketch, but we want to create is a background for a website, and this is our website, right? It's just this square in the corner of our website. Maybe you want to write something here. So how can we do that? So first of all, our canvas is not going to be a fixed size. It's going to be the size of this window, and as we can get the width of the sketch, we can also get the width or of the whole window. And for that, we go window width and window height. And now we got, oh, probably not. All right. And now we got something. But what's happening here is my website is changing, and this sketch size is not being updated. So it works if I won't touch the window, but it will not if I just resize it. So we need to update this window every time we change the size of the website. So how can we do this? If I resize the window, I got this function here, which will run every time I change the size of my window, of my website, and it will resize the canvas with the new measures of the my window. So we're gonna just copy it. Now it shall work. See, like horizontally and vertically too. But that's not just it, because I want my design centered and it's like floating here on the left. So I also need to update this coordinates for what's the center of the screen, right? And I need to get new points. Also, I may want to resize the text according to the size of the window, because now I can't read nothing, right? So this also needs to be updated. So it needs to run here in the setup and here in the window resize. So maybe I will just create a new function, not to repeat the code, that I'm calling it init. You can call it whatever you want. And what needs to be updated is these points. This is fine. Is the text width, because it's going to change as I change the size of my text, because I want it to fit, so I need to make it smaller. And the font is fine. So what's going to change? It's like text size, like text width. Maybe I'm going to pick this too. No, I don't need it. All right. And this. And now I need to run this init in the place where code was. And also in window resized. All right, now it's centered, but now I want to change the size of the text accordingly. So it needs to be some proportion of the screen. So instead of setting it here, I'm gonna set it in init. Like I can say text size equals width divided by, let's say 4. And now it always is resizing according to the width. I can do with height, right? Let's give it width. So now you got this, we got the background of our site, but now we want to write something. You want to introduce ourselves or something, or whatever this site is for. So we can, there's some stuff you can create here, like you can create very easily inputs for your website. Like I want to change this dynamically, like the size of the squares, of the number of dots, or the strength. You can very easily create a lot of interface items, like for example sliders. Let's just search for sliders. Very easy, just create slider. We say create slider, we give it the minimum value, which is here is 0, it's black. And we give it the maximum value, which is white. And here we give it the position we want it to be in the, when you open the website. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to create variables to store this. Let's say slider 1, slider 2, and slider 3. And we're going to create it. We just need to create it once in the setup, right? We don't need it to be created again and again. Otherwise, we would end up with a lot of sliders. So slider 1, slider 2, slider 3. And this is going to do for the forces. So we're going to change this, where is it? This magnitude, for example, with the slider. And I'm going to do it now. So we want it to be like let's do more, like -50 for repelling and 50 for attraction, and let's let it in 20. And now you can use the slider one, just like that. Slider one, get value. And let's try this. Now we got these sliders. We created 3. We only gave a purpose to this so far. So -50 is like that. 50 is like that, and you can go somewhere in between. Now we can use the others to change like the size of the, so the radius of these shapes. Let's call it radius. And the number of points. So slider 2 is going to be like, smaller radius is going to be like 5, biggest radius is going to be like 50, and let's give it 10. So number of points is going to be 3 at least, and 10 at the most, and let's leave it square, 4 points. So slider 2, it's for the radius, so it's going to be this variable. Let's get the value of slider 2, and the number of points is going to be this value. So slider 3, get value. Let's try this. So now we can change the foreskin. We can change the size of these shapes, and we can change the number of points of these shapes. Right? So now I was told we need to write something in this website, right? So you can also, very simply, you can just go to the HTML file, very simple. Maybe all of you know a little bit about this, maybe not, but in the body, you can just start typing information. This is the body, it's between these 2 tags, like hello, and let's see what happens. It will appear there. Maybe you want to change the background of our website, like in the CSS sheet, we can just go background and give it a white color. Now you can see hello. And also maybe you want to write something in the bottom, right? So the P5 sketch is going to be created inside this main tag, which will be dynamically created. So we don't see it here, but it will be created automatically. So if you want to write something before the sketch, after the sketch, we need, or you create this main tag, or you give it a special give for it to be. But let's just try this option. So nice. Nice. But there's a problem with the sliders. I want my text to be after the sliders too. So we can give proper gives to our P5 objects, like the canvas or the sliders. The sliders are actually HTML, but they created in P5. So we can create divs, like also we're gonna create divs for this text. Like this is gonna be a division for the title. We're gonna call it, gonna give it an ID title, and this is gonna be a division for like the info or contacts, or I don't know, info will work. And we can also create gifs to our canvas. So we can just delete this and create a special div for our canvas, and we can call it P5 div, for example. And we can create another div for our sliders, so we get everything organized the way we want. like call it sliders. Now, how is this stuff going inside these divs? Because they're definitely not there, right? So we go into our sketch, and first of all, for our sliders, you just have to say slider 1. Now your parent is gonna be the div called sliders, and slider 2, you2, slider 2, and slider 3. If this was an array of sliders, we could just run a for loop to create all the parents at once, but it's not, so it's gonna leave it like there. So sliders now are inside this div, but also this canvas needs to be inside this its div, right? So we're gonna we could create a variable canvas. Actually, we create canvas equals create canvas, but as this canvas already returns this canvas object, we can just say, hey, your parent gonna be the div called P5 div. And now it's in order. We have hello. Here we have our P5 sketch. We got our sliders, and then we have our info. All right. So, and the rest of the website you can do just like normally. You can set a font size like 1% of the, well, maybe not. Like, let's search again. We don't need to know everything. And it would be nice if you end up with different results from mine. So we can now just experiment and create slightly different results. Let's make it bold. Let's make it like 5% of the 8 of the screen. And also we can change, now we have these divs, we can change the position. You could put our text in the website actually over the P5 sketch. So we call for our title, call the title here, and we can change our position. So we got text over the P5 sketch. Make it color, and we can make some opacity, like, and that's it. We're done. Now you can experiment, or you can ask some questions. Maybe you got lost somewhere, maybe, so you can just ask for something. And where is Zoom? Ok, como é que eu meto aqui isto agora outra vez?
Para partilhar. Para partilhar.
Right. Talvez não, não sei.
I think our hosts are away.
We are here.
No, sorry. João Cunha is here.
Yes, I'm here. So, not sure if you want to add anything or if you are done with the workshop.
No, we're pretty much done, but it would be nice if you know, if you try to make the code, maybe you can show us the result and share with us. It's like, I don't know.
So there are some people saying something on the chat, stating they have an issue where P5 says that it can't load the font from Google, but I don't really know why. So
All
people
right,
are
maybe it's
complaining about the font.
format. There's some font formats that you can not just load here. WAF works fine. WAF 2 will not work probably. It's a matter of trying a different format. Just pick another typeface.
Okay, so Ricardo is asking if you can upload the code in this chat at the end.
I'm doing it just now. If I can get into Zoom. Maybe I have to shut this down. All right, I put the code there. And of course, you can download this. You can download this and open it like a normal website. If you download the sketch, you will just you will download this folder with all the files we need. So you can put it in a server straight away, call it P5 December. And now maybe if we go to our website in localhost, I got a lot of things here. P5 must be somewhere here. And now we got our website here. This is localhost, but you can put it in a real server. Yes? Oh, okay. Maybe I did it in private, sorry. Don't know why. Everybody.
No.
Oh, sorry. What? My mistake.
That one.
This is my localhost. No, this is the one. I can make it more in a way you can see it. Okay.
Please do try to export the code that Daniel just did and share your work with our hashtag in the Instagram. We like to see your experiments.
Exactly. Feel free to tag the PCD Coimbra Instagram, and we will share your results. It will be very interesting to see if you learned anything from this workshop. I'm pretty sure you did. I can see a lot of my students here. I hope you enjoyed this workshop. If anyone wants to share anything, just say I want to share on the chat and you can share screen. I'll give you 1 minute to show your interest in sharing. Otherwise, maybe we can end this session. Thank you for this amazing workshop, Pedro and Danielle. It was very interesting to see, and myself, I learned some things that I didn't know. So I really hope that for the rest of the participants, and we still had a lot of people on YouTube, and right here, we still have 19 people watching. So I think people did have fun with this workshop. So again, thank you for preparing this. I think it was very nice. And to the people that are here with us, I hope you enjoyed PCD. I hope that you liked the content that the invitees brought. I think there was a lot of projects that were interesting for us and for you as well, I think. And for next year, we hope we will be able to bring you PCD 2021. We already have some ideas for next year, so keep an eye on our website and our our Instagram, and also we have a mailing list. So if you haven't yet, please do subscribe. And as soon as we have more news, we will let you know and we will keep you updated. Next year, maybe we will have another call, another poster call. We never know. So if we do, please send your posters. This year we got very nice results. And if you haven't seen the exhibition, it is online. You just have to go on the website of PCD and you see all the posters. Amazing work from a lot of people. We had a lot of posters that we could not accept because we wanted to maintain the 25 number, but there were a lot of works that would deserve to be there. So again, I hope you enjoyed, and there isn't anyone wanting to share, so maybe we can finish this for today. Again, thank you for being here, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you. Cheers.
Wow.
Thank you.
say no. Don't say no. Don't say